go Mike.
Hey, good morning. You guys love big burgers.
Oh, thank you.
You love big burgers? We love big burgers.
Okay.
All right.
All right, do me a favor and tell me.
You said it all, man.
You got to say it.
Easter Island is part of which South American country, sir?
Chile.
Chile. You got it, man.
Big burgers.
Mike, you get to go hang out with the bunch of big burgers because you have tickets to the Philly Burger Brawl. Sunday, October 23rd, Xfinity Live. You can enjoy unlimited samples of burgers from over 60 of the area's leading restaurants and chefs, plus live music and activities all day. Tickets are on sale now. You can go to WMMR.com, use the keyword burger. Proceeds benefit both the Philly Parks and Rec at-Risk Teen Initiative and the School District of Philadelphia's after-school programming. All right, the MTV Video Music Awards. Oh, wait, let me go through the box office first.
Yeah.
We haven't done that in a little while because we haven't been on Mondays. At the box office, number one was The Invitation at $7 million, followed by Bullet Train, Beast. Top Gun Maverick is still in the top 5 at number 4, followed by Dragon Ball Superhero, DC League of Super Pets, 3,000 Years Longing, Minions Rise of Gru, number 9 is Thor, Love and Thunder, and 10, Where the Crawdads Sing. So Taylor Swift took home the top prize at the MTV Video Music Awards last night.
I could not bring myself to I saw it, Preston. I saw it in the schedule. I'm like, I just can't.
It's probably the first time you haven't watched it, too, right?
Well, yeah. They're so irrelevant. And the funny thing is, they plopped it on the CW. That's where it's running.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, and the CW. And the CW, the perception was that it was a young audience. They just did testing and surveying. They found out that the median age of the CW viewer is 58.
Wait, hang on. The MTV Awards aren't on MTV?
No, maybe simulcast.
Oh, all right.
But the main thrust of it was the CW.
All right.
Go figure.
She made an announcement that she has a new album coming out.
Yay.
She said, I thought it would be a fun moment to tell you that my new album comes out on October 21st.
It was very fun.
She won Video of the Year for her project All Too Well, the short film, which claimed Best Long-Form Video and Direction. And she said, I will tell you more at midnight. It's going to be called Midnights, which she says will involve stories of 13 sleepless nights scattered throughout my life. So that's what that's all about. Rapper Jack Harlow
Don't give a
made his mark throughout the entire show. He kicked off the show with a performance inside a mock airplane.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Walking down the aisle while performing his hit song First Class, which was sampled by Fergie's Glamorous, and the rapper joined Fergie, who wore a sparkling silver dress with the red words First Class on the stage while she sang her 2006 jam. During the show, Johnny Depp, and we have audio of this, made a surprise appearance as the Moon Man nearly 3 months after the verdict in the defamation trial of Amber Heard. The 59-year-old actor appeared to float from the ceiling while wearing the iconic astronaut outfit, but it was his face that was digitally inserted into the helmet. He wasn't really up there hanging above the crowd, but we have some of him as the Moon Man.
I just want you guys to know that I'm available for birthdays, bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, weddings, wakes, any old thing you need.
He had said, I need the work, essentially.
All right.
So that's Johnny Depp putting on a pseudo performance
Yeah.
at the MTV Video Music
Steve, we're
Awards.
getting some texts, and people are saying that it was on like a lot of different channels last night. It was also on Comedy Central for some reason.
Oh, man.
So I guess
they're
it was
just trying to blanket everything, I guess.
Yeah, it was simulcast on a ton of networks. Like
And C-SPAN.
which
is so weird.
Why not? It was very dry.
It says Comedy Central, Paramount, Fox, and USA as well. So, yeah, they were doing that whole thing. Lizzo had Taylor Swift dancing on her seat, out of her seat, actually, while she performed her new single, To Be Loved, Am I Ready? Lizzo won an award for video won an award for video for good for. That's what it says.
Oh, my God.
The way they write this crap.
So About Damn Time is the song.
Maybe you're being sended coded messages and just don't realize
That
it.
might be it. I'm giving these out.
Yeah.
Is what's happening.
You're giving out missile
I
secrets.
didn't even know that. Nicki Minaj performed a medley of her career's biggest hits. After her set, she accepted the show's Video Vanguard Award, which MTV has said that she's receiving for her artistry, her barrier-breaking hip-hop, and her status as a global superstar. The honor is named after Michael Jackson, by the way.
That's right.
Harry Styles won Album of the Year for Harry's House. He was unable to attend the awards because his show was at Madison Square Garden in New York. Was your family there?
Yes,
On
my
Sunday,
wife
last night.
Last night.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why he wasn't able to make it to the VMAs.
So his status is certainly elevated over the past couple of years.
Oh yeah, and the album's good. I really enjoy it. I'm a stylinista. I don't know what you call the hairstyle heads, but
I was listening. My kids put some on last night. I haven't really listened to it. It's good stuff, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, it's good pop music, you know.
yeah, there's a few really catchy tunes on that one. But my wife is saying last night when he came out onto the stage for the first time,
Yeah.
she said she's never heard like volume like that in her life from the screaming fans in the venue.
Yeah. Eminem and Snoop Dogg brought the metaverse to the VMAs as the duo performed From the D to the LBC, which was featured on Eminem's greatest hits album Curtain Call 2. Red Hot Chili Peppers took the stage as the recipients of the Global Icon Award after being introduced by Cheech and Chong
Wait a second.
as their favorite band of all time.
They let a rock act get up
They
on
actually
stage?
let a rock act get up there, Steve.
That
was
seems
one of the things
bizarre.
I was kind of shocked about. So, yay.
Yeah.
Win for us, I guess.
And not for anything, just sort of an award thrown at them.
Yeah, rock fans.
Yeah.
They perform several songs, including their classic Can't Stop and Black Summer, which won Best Rock Song, by the way. Flea made a speech about his love for human beings, along with cockroaches, trees, and dirt. And
I missed it.
Chad Smith dedicated the award to Taylor Hawkins.
There
which
you
is
go.
A very cool thing to do. Madonna, by the way, who is the most awarded artist in MTV history with 20 wins, became the only artist to receive a nomination in each of the VMA's 5 decades. And she earned her 69th nomination for her 14th studio album, Madam X. I guess she didn't win, but she was nominated.
Remember that whole tour with she wore the eye patch and all that stuff?
Yeah. It was bizarre. So a couple of other highlights that I'll mention here. Best New Artist went to Dove Cameron.
Oh.
No, we're big
know?
Dove Cameron fans.
Yeah.
The Descendants.
The Descendants, yeah.
And Schmegadoon.
Artist of the Year went to Bad Bunny. Best K-pop, Steve. There's a whole category.
I know.
Best K-pop went to Lisa for La Lisa.
Not for me. They also give a K-Cup Award, Preston, to the best coffee in a
K-Cup
container.
Award.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's nice.
It's really good.
It's tough to find a really
Sumatran won this year.
good K-Cup. Best Alternative went to Måneskin for I Want to Be Your Slave. Song of the Year went to Billie Eilish for Happier Than Ever. Best Pop Song went to Harry Styles, or I guess video, I should say, As It Was. And Best R&B went to The Weeknd for Out of Time. So there you go, your MTV Video Music Awards recap.
And as you've reported, more music videos are watched on YouTube than you'll ever see on MTV.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Jennifer Lopez, not happy about the leaked video footage from her second wedding to Ben Affleck in Georgia. The video was obtained by
The hell is this?
TMZ on Friday. In it, the Marry Me actress can be seen performing a new song for her groom with backup dancers behind her.
Was this?
J-Lo can't go anywhere with that.
No.
And by the way, it was leaked on purpose.
Yeah.
Someone in her camp.
Was it Springtime Flowers Bloom?
Yeah.
Is that what she did?
Well, she's not happy about it. Lopez sings that she can't get enough of the Justice League actor as he sits in a chair smiling. Following the release of the video, Lopez made a comment that has been circulating. She said, "This was taken without our permission, period. And whoever did it took advantage of our private moment. I don't know where you all are getting it from because we had asked everyone, we had NDAs and asked everyone to not share anything from our wedding. Anything I put out private is on the J-Lo, and it's ready to share with my fans, which I will do when I am ready to." She said this was stolen without our consent and sold for money. So I don't think they did that on purpose, Steve.
Okay, yeah.
And only she's allowed to make money on her wedding.
Well, I mean, yeah.
If you had NDA signed,
Yeah,
right,
no,
it
I
should be
agree.
very easy to ascertain who did this. We'll see if they do.
Yeah, I also don't care. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I don't know. It's pretty
yeah.
easy to just
Yeah.
hand somebody stuff under the table and say, "Here, go release it." You know what I
I
mean?
guess I've never had an NDA.
But I can't see them
Yeah.
making money on it and trying to keep that, out of or off of the table.
I don't know how these things work.
Yeah.
You do have to sign up for onthejlo.com, and I don't want to go that extra step.
Nah.
Right. At first, instead of NDAs, I thought it said we had NADs.
Yeah. Wolfman has nads.
Yeah.
Nards.
Richard Simmons is popping back on social media to share his appreciation. On Wednesday, just days after the premiere of the TMZ documentary about the fitness icon's public disappearance, the 74-year-old thanked his fans for the love. He wrote on Facebook, "Thank you, everyone, for your kindness and love. Love, Richard." His manager, Michael Catalano, confirmed the post's authenticity to People magazine. He said this was a personal post from Richard. He was moved by the reaction to the special and all the good wishes that he received, and he was encouraged by the kindness.
I saw that pop up. I want to watch it. Because recently I had asked, like, where he was.
What's going on with him?
Yeah.
So it is. What does he approve of this special?
Apparently, he liked it. I don't know if he was, if he gave it his blessings ahead of time or anything like that. Followers of Simmons flooded the comments section of the Facebook post. After decades in the spotlight, he had suddenly stopped teaching at his famous workout studio on February 15, 2014, and has not been seen in public since. The mystery surrounding his public disappearance has been fueled by a hit podcast called Missing Richard Simmons, which gave rise to sensational claims that Simmons is being held hostage in his Hollywood Hills home by his housekeeper, possibly transitioning to a woman, and other theories. The special featured interviews with Suzanne Summers, writer Bruce Valanche, and Simmons' longtime costume designer Leslie Wilshire. TMZ investigates what really happened to Richard Simmons will stream for free on Tubi starting on August 30th. So,
yeah, I'd be curious. I mean, I hope there's nothing medical that's going on that's keeping him from, you only hope that he's doing well, but he was all over the place and just went away.
So he's been, if there's something wrong with him, he's been off of the radar for 8 years now. So, maybe he's okay. I don't know.
I don't know. It's so weird. You'd like to see more than just one simple tweet or response.
Yep.
I think a 5-hour special would certainly make a difference.
That would make a difference. So we have some audio of this. On a recent episode of John Bernthal's Real Ones podcast, Shia LaBeouf admitted to harming others and said that he is attempting to make amends.
Ooh.
And this comes almost 2 years after his ex-girlfriend, FKA Twigs, sued him for relentless abuse, including sexual battery. So he's trying to make amends. He's just going to do it, I guess, is what he's going to try and get to. Yeah. So here is him talking about cheating. Here we go.
I hurt that woman, and in the process of doing that, I hurt many other people. And many other people before that woman. I was a pleasure-seeking, selfish, self-centered, dishonest, inconsiderate, fearful human being.
Yep, and he said, I effed up bad, like crash and burn type of stuff. I hurt a lot of people, and I'm fully aware of that, and I'm going to owe for the rest of my life.
So he also says that Olivia Wilde was right to have issues with him on that movie and to replace him. So he's trying to do, I guess, some cleanup.
Sounds like he's owning it.
That's okay. That's good.
You have to then move forward with owning it and amend your behavior eventually. But it sounds like he's saying the right things.
When you want to make amends for what you've done in life, the first person you need to go to is John Bernthal.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Punisher. Come on, man.
I mean, how many podcasts are there? John Bernthal's podcast.
I know. I thought the same thing.
How many of the zombies from Walking Dead have their own podcast?
Yep.
And I love John Bernthal.
LaBeouf added that he has a long list of people that I quote need to make amends to. So we'll see if he can. This is the first step is ownership.
Everyone loves if someone who's making a concerted, real effort.
Yeah,
and you always encourage people, right?
I mean, how somebody can they completely change? Because he's been off the rails for a long time. You know what I mean?
I believe, yes. I believe in reclamation of a manner. I believe I can fly. No, I believe I can touch the sky. No, but you know what I'm saying? Or at least maybe hope springs eternal, that you'd like to see that happen.
I like to be optimistic about that stuff, but I also know, boy, how hard would it be for me? And I have changed in increments over the years. You know what I mean? And more. I like to feel that I can take ownership like he does and admit when I'm wrong. And maybe years ago I wasn't able to do that, but
you still love Sporty Spice.
Well, I will always love Sporty Spice. She's so cute.
She's adorbs.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know what you're saying.
We'll have to wait and see.
It gives us encouragement to hope that we can change the things about ourselves.
Yeah.
If he's being legitimate, seems authentic. I don't know.
I think he's legitimately trying. It's just a matter of whether you
John
can.
Bernthal says so.
Whether you can stay the course. Well, okay, that's enough for me.
Yep.
He's given the stamp of approval.
Danny DeVito sat down for a lie detector test with Vanity Fair recently and shared some opinions about the different Batman movies over the years. The It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia actor's daughter, Lucy DeVito, asked him some questions once he was hooked up to the machine. And showing him a photo of Michael Keaton, Lucy said, "Do you think that this Batman is better than?" And before Danny interrupted to say Keaton was his favorite, well, that's what he did. And so she couldn't even finish and say it was his favorite. Then she handed him a photo of Colin Farrell. And he goes, "Oh, Colin." He goes, "I love Colin. He's a terrific guy. My Penguin was better, though," is what he said. And then he goes, was that the truth? And looked up at the test administrator and said, "It certainly was, in my opinion. I mean, it's my opinion. Good man, though. Colin's a good guy," he said, but he thinks he enjoyed his version of Penguin a little bit
Different
better.
style movie. And he was great, Danny DeVito, as the Penguin, and Colin Farrell was amazing as well.
He was. Just a different type of take on that character.
Whole different take.
Completely different, yeah. Keanu Reeves made a couple's wedding day even brighter last week. According to Entertainment Tonight, the Matrix actor made a surprise appearance at their wedding reception after meeting the groom at the hotel where the couple was getting married. Reeves then stopped by their wedding reception, and the bride said that he was kind enough to do some pictures at our wedding, and our wedding photographer was able to capture some of them, too.
I know Kung Fu.
He just offers that up. Yeah. I'll be there. I know Kung Fu. I love it when celebs do this. Hanks has done this several times. Or Bill Murray has done it, and it's just like, if they had met earlier in the day, I can't believe he made good on stopping by later on. Sometimes they'll be passing through and there happens to be a wedding party there, and they'll go, "Okay, I'll go over and give him a little thrill real quick."
But he did it.
That's awesome.
You know what? They're just like us.
They're just like us.
There was a great bit of footage of him. He was at a restaurant, and a little kid recognized him, and he went over. A little kid went over, and Keanu was interacting with him. I mean, obviously he's sitting there trying to eat his dinner, but it did not matter. It's good to see stuff like that.
That's great. Ryan Reynolds took to Instagram on Friday to honor his wife, Blake Lively, on her birthday. The series of photos shows the couple all dressed up for an event, out to eat at a restaurant, and bundled up for a walk. He wrote, "Happy birthday, Blake. You're spectacular."
He usually has some fun with this.
I know.
"I'm not sure if you were born or invented. Also, thank you for urging me to leave the house every now and again." So it was pretty straight ahead. Which is nice. But yes, it's usually a great picture.
They better not split up.
Of her like halfway cut out of the picture.
Right.
I love that. On Friday, also, Dreamgirls actress Jennifer Hudson posted to Instagram to celebrate her official status as an EGOT winner. Hudson is all smiles as she holds the Tony that she received this year for A Strange Loop. And she said, "Look what arrived, y'all." She captioned the photo. So I guess you get to hold the statue that night, and maybe they get it to you later on. They ship it or
That's
something
pretty
like
wild.
that. So,
That's an amazing thing.
yeah, she's got all the major awards.
Now, Philip Michael Thomas is still working on his, right?
I guess so. Who was he again?
He's from Miami Vice. And so he actually had a medallion that he would wear that said EGOT because he was certain he would be winning all those awards. He's still working on the E.
Yeah.
What'd she get the Oscar for, by the way, Jennifer Hudson?
That is a good question.
Song in a.
She did the CGI work on Jurassic Park, Nick?
I don't think it was that.
Oh, okay.
It's a good question.
Anything from Dreamgirls?
Not really sure. Might have been from Dreamgirls.
Yes. Actress in a supporting role, Dreamgirls, 2007.
Wow. That's huge. Yep. We mentioned Harry Styles earlier. I'm going to go back to him for a second. This was apparently at the show at Madison Square Garden on Saturday night, Casey, so your family wasn't there for this, but Harry joked with a fan who was throwing chicken nuggets at him on stage during his show. Yeah. So he said Saturday night, very interesting approach. Who threw the chicken nugget? Meanwhile, Gene Simmons is down there somewhere in the crowd. Tossing nuggets up to him.
It's my gift to you as an artist. It's funny because I was watching on the History Channel last night. They had a back-to-back marathon of all the men or the people who fed America. And that whole creation of the chicken nugget was the focus of 2 or 3 episodes, Preston, and it was amazing.
So he said, who threw the chicken nugget? And then another one was thrown up onto the stage.
The second one.
And he said, it's another chicken nugget.
Exactly.
And then he said that he doesn't eat meat and ended up throwing one of the nuggets back into the audience.
Don't worry, it's not.
He said, first of all, this is cold, and I'm assuming very old. And then he held the second nugget. After the person who threw it onto the stage asked for it back, he complied and said, there you go. You can have your nugget back.
Okay. Now, if that were you, and you threw a nugget up on the stage, and then it got thrown back to you.
Yes.
Do you then say
I've never washed that nugget again.
You immediately try to sell it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This would be the famous nugget.
For $1,000.
Now. It is now a viral nugget. It's only going to last for about a week or so. Get what you can out of it now.
Yeah.
Get it on eBay now.
You sell it at Christie's auction house.
Yeah, there you go.
So do you know, by the way, fun fact about the Nuggets, they had Ray Crockett hired a gourmet French chef to revamp the menu after feeling the pressure of Burger King, which started to do very well. So it was this French chef that came up with they originally had onion rings, so they were like onion nuggets.
Really?
And so they said, well, they were looking for a chicken thing to compete with Burger King's chicken sandwich. They said, could you put this in a chicken? Could you do something like this with chicken? But it was the dipping sauces, the 4 that they rolled out at the beginning that made the whole big thing. And I think to this day, it's the biggest selling item outside of the burger in McDonald's history.
And they revamped the nuggets, too.
They revamped the nuggets.
Yeah, I hated the nuggets, and now I love the nuggets.
By the way, I wrote down Viral Nuggets as a band name.
Viral Nuggets, I love it.
By the way, there are, if we want to talk about nuggets for a little while, which it seems like we are, there are standard shapes
Yes.
that they come in.
There are 4, aren't there?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So you get one is the boot,
The bell,
the
sphincter.
That one I haven't seen yet. Then there's a round one.
Yeah.
And then there's like the mystery
Indiana.
shape.
There's one that looks like the state of Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They just had to pick one state.
Yeah,
The bell, the bow tie, the ball, and the boot.
There you go.
Boot to bonnet.
All right, how about this? NBC is in preliminary discussions to cut back on its primetime programming hours between 10 and 11 p.m. in a cost-cutting measure that reflects the changing TV landscape.
This is huge. I mean, if you think about the primetime schedule, Preston, which has been 8 to 11 for the longest time, and they're going to cut back an hour of that, it's pretty amazing.
Yep, so the plan, if it moves forward, would be implemented as soon as fall of next year. Under the proposal, according to the Wall Street Journal, NBC's 200-plus local affiliate stations would take over control of programming that hour each night and collect all the ad revenue during that time.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Who's
10 and 11 p.m. NBC is doing
So
this.
NBC 10 locally would take over that hour.
Okay.
So the same way, I believe 7 to 8 used to be part of the primetime schedule.
Yeah.
Years and years ago. That was turned over to local networks. And then 7 to 8 now is obviously like an ABC is Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. And
I guess maybe it's the Preston and Steve Hour on NBC 10.
I have to imagine.
Okay.
Daily Rush videos.
Yeah.
While NBC owns 12 local stations, including in top markets like New York, LA, Chicago, and Washington, D.C., the vast majority are owned by multiple companies. According to the Journal, the idea is still in discussions and has not been officially raised with the company's affiliate board. The cutting of primetime hour would have a wide-ranging effect on the company, impacting programming choices. By eliminating 1 hour a night, NBC could save millions of dollars in content costs, with the company's affiliates likely welcoming a change that would allow them to earn more ad revenue.
As you've been talking right now, I realize I'm having a difficult time thinking of a network show that I watch when it airs on its network schedule. I don't I used to be nothing but.
Well, I mean,
and now
besides Jeopardy and stuff like that, right?
But that's a syndicated. So
you're talking
so
network.
if you're talking about 8 to 11 on ABC, NBC, CBS.
Yeah.
And if you include Fox, I would watch The Simpsons and stuff like that on Sunday night.
AFE?
That's 7
o'clock.
Yeah. There's
Goldberg's maybe?
Yeah. Oh, there's a handful, Nick.
Yeah.
I haven't watched anything like that in 10 years, probably. Yeah.
Wow, 10 years.
Abbott Elementary.
10 years, man.
But
The Bachelor.
Yeah, The Bachelor Nation is my jam.
The move would also impact late night with Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon likely moving up from its current 11:30 p.m. slot where he currently competes against Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel for nighttime viewing. So
if they bumped him earlier, that'd be pretty wild. Remember for a while they had when NBC couldn't figure out what they have to do. They had Leno on at 10.
Yeah,
that was weird.
Yeah, that was horrible. That's what killed Conan's show.
All right, then finally, according to Variety, Netflix's comedy series about the video rental store Blockbuster is set to premiere on the streaming platform on November 3rd. The show stars Randall Park as Timmy Yoon, who manages the last Blockbuster video in the United States.
Do you remember the whole culture around going to the video store,
course.
going to whether it be Blockbuster, any one of the, Suncoast or anything? That in and of itself was part of the enjoyment.
It was like going to the movies.
Yeah.
Honestly, oh man, it brings me back big time.
Well, there's a movie called The Last Blockbuster that Doug Benson's in, and that's essentially what it sounds like this is about.
Yeah, it's a documentary.
Yeah,
if you wanted to get the movie you wanted, you had to get there early.
Yeah.
If the weekend was coming up,
and if
you
you're
had to
lucky,
plan that,
and it wasn't on the shelf, and someone returned it just at the point you were there,
then,
you got it.
Yep, exactly. There was like you said, there was a whole culture about just going to the to the store. All right, we're ready for clips now. Bono's daughter, Eve Hewson, is expanding her acting career by joining the cast of the dark comedy Bad Sisters. And in this clip, Eve explains her parents' unexpected opposition for her career choice. Here we go.
I think they just wanted me to be a lawyer or an architect or something normal and fancy. And I think when I was a teenager, saying that I wanted to be an actress, I don't know if they believed me. They wanted to see how badly I wanted to do it. So they only let me audition for NYU. Every other college I had to apply for academic stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Bad Sisters is out now on Apple TV Plus, by the way, if you want to see that. Here's our next clip. The story of the Targaryens, set 200 years before the events of Game of Thrones, comes to life in the new spin-off, House of the Dragon. And here, Olivia Cooke describes her secret weapon going into the audition.
I'm so glad I hadn't watched Game of Thrones before I auditioned, because I think if I had the feelings towards Game of Thrones that I have now, I wouldn't have gotten the role, because I love it so much and I think it's so incredible. And our director, showrunner, Miguel Sapochnik, he's the one that has shaped this, the House of the Dragon. So that was one of our biggest. That was one of the things that made us want to do the job, from the get-go.
Shut the f*** up!
New episodes of House of the Dragon airs Sunday on HBO Max.
Everyone I know who is a Game of Thrones or was a Game of Thrones fan is loving this show so far.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them get a few in the queue.
Yeah.
Before I start watching it, so I can dive right into it if I want to.
And Olivia Cooke, I was telling you about her. She's the chick who's in Ready Player One, who plays
Artemis.
Artemis, yeah.
Okay.
She's also.
We had her in the studio, didn't we?
I don't recall that, but she's in that show called Slow Horses, which I think you had a field day with. We were talking about it on the. They're so slow, but it's a Gary Oldman show on Apple Plus, and it's really good.
Was she in the? Was she also in Ouija, the first movie?
I don't remember.
When did that come out?
Nick,
yes, Lane Morris. She played,
okay.
Yeah.
Yep. She was in the studio.
She was in the studio.
She was in the studio.
Oh my god.
She was in the studio.
She was in the studio.
Oh man.
Ouija came in 2000.
I wish I remembered that.
I know, me too. I love her.
She was in the studio.
14. You know what's surprising about House of Dragon is that no nudity or violence.
What? No, shut up. It's filled with it.
I was like, wait a second, there was an orgy. Did they not? No.
It is unbelievably violent. I had forgotten how violent Game of Thrones was, and then I watched House of Dragon. I'm like, oh yeah.
And
they
what about
smash heads in?
What about the nudity?
Lots of that as well, yes.
In House of Dragon?
All
Okay.
over the place. Yep.
Nice. All right. There's your entertainment report for today. We have a lot going on today, including G Love talking to us live this morning around 8:30. Got a gig tonight in Brigantine at Laguna. And, believe it or not, Bert Kreischer is going to give us a call. He's in Hawaii right now.
I'll believe it when he's out.
I need to.
Listen, Kat, I got a text from him last night. I said, listen, I need a backup number. He said, yes, here's my backup number, but call me at this number. He sent that at 1:45 this morning.
All right. Okay.
So he's going to be joining us at 9 our time, which is like 3 in Hawaii. So there you go. 3 a.m., by the way.
I assume he's staying at a hotel, right?
Yeah.
We should have him go down and use the hotel pool when he's on with us.
Ooh, that's a good idea. All right. With that, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. So make sure you hang with us on this Monday morning. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher.
Yay!
It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
It's going to be a incredible emotional experience.
Wow. And there was no wrap-up music. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen,
Yeah.
I mean, he was the star of the film.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see
I do
it.
need- I-
Think
I
of
really-
a nomad land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
The length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
And I'll
they
bet
don't.
who's
They
out.
live like a year.
They don't.
Really?
Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the
it's
movie
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All
Maybe,
right,
well,
I'm
maybe it
gonna
was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting
See?
longer lives.
See, he could still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an actor. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter Gigi Hadid's daughter Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
I told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
Breaking
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
Well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
in a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away in a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now. Oh, man. Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds, like African greys and so on, can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But I
They
didn't think
usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathe
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tours, said Divinity's beautiful coo has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime.
God.
It was awesome.
Yeah, and his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or
yeah. You would not.
like
you would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So yeah, I would
Elevator
love to go
inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which according to reports were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds
When
like.
doves cry.
Yeah, they were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No,
no,
they're
Not even
related.
close.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're,
Okay.
they're the gray
They
colored
kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all tatted up.
He was doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that I.
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead.
Did you see that guy?
I did.
Yes. He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on.
Come on, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on.
It's good enough, bro. I like the up dog.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
Oh, man, what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, "Hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours." And there's this cross talk that's not. No one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated. Who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake. And then they had cut to the it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really, really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is that?
It feels so good.
Right.
Well, I didn't see that clip. But I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout!
Oh my God!
Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You were expecting something like that. There were a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh man!
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, you know, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
That was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy. Getting old.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
I'm up on out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be, even though 64% of Americans know.
Yes, I guess so, right?
I was going to send
did you?
I was going to send you an article about remember when the first concept was it'll be a blending of all musical styles.
And it was. The first one was.
The first
Pearl Jam did it, right?
Pearl Jam, yeah.
And Pearl Jam and Jay-Z, and then Kings of Leon were on one year, so they had some rock acts, and
no more.
That's disappeared.
No
That
more
ended.
for that. Yeah.
That's too bad.
Why? It's so stupid.
What?
Why? Like, why? They couldn't, like... And then I feel like they tried with, I forget who, I guess, the year after that was, and we were kind of like, no. And now they just have abandoned it.
Yeah. It's all either...
It's Bad Bunny and Tyler, the creator.
And DJs and stuff like that, you know, so...
Can't scrape up a rock act.
I don't know. It's changed. So, nonetheless, that's this weekend.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
Hey, can I make a quick observation? It has nothing to do with the Made in America.
Sure.
Did you overshave your beard?
That's funny. No, I've decided when I only take the electric razor to it like once every 2 weeks.
Right.
And when I do, I take it down pretty far
All
now.
right. Okay.
And maybe it was maybe I did it on Saturday.
Okay.
So I have my guard set at a 5.
All right.
For the face.
All right.
So it's quite thin. And now when we in COVID,
Yes.
full on COVID, I decided, okay, I'm gonna do what everybody else is doing and like grow my beard out.
Mountain man it up.
And my beard is so gray or white now that it just did not look right at all. And I'm like, no, the big beard doesn't
That
work on me.
Methuselah thing doesn't work.
Man, I went this weekend, some friends of ours, we went to dinner in Ambler, Pennsylvania. They have
Lovely little
where'd you
town.
go?
they have restaurant week. We have this great Peruvian restaurant. I've never had Peruvian food before. And I don't remember. Oh, Geronimo's was
Okay.
called. Really, really good
Okay.
meal there. It was fantastic. But beforehand, we went and got cocktails at another place, which I didn't know the name of. We just kind of walked into it. But I walk in, and a table of the most bearded guys I've ever seen in my life. We're sitting there, and one of the guys, I think his name was Sean, recognized me. I came over, I said hi. I mean, just tatted up and beards down to their nipples, you know. A foot, like 5 guys sitting there all with the same look. And I'm like, man, I can't pull that off.
No,
I cannot pull that look off.
It's also a lot of freaking work.
It's a lot of work.
I had a beard when I was in maybe a senior in high school for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hated it.
And you're like, so my dog Rook, his facial hair grows very, very quickly, and so when he goes over to his water bowl, he comes out and it's just all saturated. And I'm like, that's what it feels like when you have a lot of facial hair.
Yeah.
You're eating something or you get a drink or something, it just all dribbles all over your facial hair.
No way to live.
It's tough to manage it, but if it looks right on you, it can be a really cool thing.
Yeah.
So
Does it gross you out like so in Big Lebowski when he's drinking his White Russians?
it is disgusting. It's horrible when people get stuff in their beard. I have a pet peeve when people overgrow their mustache hair, and it goes down
over the lip.
I
hate it.
Down here, and you see them eat or drink. I just find it. I lose my appetite.
It's disgusting. Besides, we also know that if you're talking about on a hygienic level, and listen, I think I envy guys who can grow really
me
robust
too.
beards. I
Yeah.
cannot. However, that said, it is a fact that hygienically it presents a whole array of issues.
It would suck though if you have, and there are some of those people that have, a 5 o'clock shadow by 10 a.m.
Right.
If you like a shaved face and your hair just grows like
tough.
crazy on your face. I'm lucky in that regard because my hair grows fairly slow, and I only really shave like once a week.
Right.
And then I only use the electric razor like every 2 weeks or something like that. But it would suck if I
My friend's son, he basically had to shave, like shave legit, like in 8th grade, and and he would get in trouble in high school because he went to a Catholic high school.
Yeah.
And, like, dude, he would
That
shave.
he wasn't shaved?
He would shave before school and have a beard by the end of the day.
Casey, Tony Canasano, 6th grade, had to shave.
Yeah.
6th grade.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we all had one of
His
those.
wife was furious. No, but sixth grade.
Yeah, I remember those kids.
Oh, my
there was just a
God.
couple of them.
Yeah.
Who,
Yeah, we all had that person that had to shave.
Yeah. And it's great because they're the ones who bought you beer when you were 14.
Yeah.
So.
And then Terry Donadio was the first girl to develop.
Yeah.
It all happened in 6th grade.
Yeah, that was Mary Ludi back where at Parkway Central
I don't know who
Junior High.
I don't know who developed first.
Then it had to be you if
the
you
guy
didn't
with the
notice.
mustache.
Right.
Yeah, did you develop early, Kathy?
No, I wasn't. No.
Okay. You were late.
I wasn't like, not that I was a late. Well, no, I guess maybe I was a late bloomer a little bit, but no, I definitely was not one of the early ones.
It's like in 16 Candles. She's cutting her boobies.
Yes, that's right. Well, speaking of body parts, there was a story that Steve sent over to me, and it's an unnamed teacher in New Jersey, in Pennsauken Township, actually.
Yes, made the international news.
Yeah, so she's been kind of, she's catching some heat for Instagramming her really tight work outfits that she wears.
Oh, I know who this is.
She's a New Jersey art teacher. She's got like a badunkadunk butt.
But she posts some pictures that I could imagine school districts are not happy with.
Super tight clothing.
I know exactly who she is.
Super curvaceous.
Well, here's the deal. A lot of them are in her classroom. There are pictures of her in the classroom. I don't mind. I think teachers, in a bikini, on vacation or whatever, rock on. Put it on social media. That should not impact your job whatsoever, I don't think.
My shop teacher, Mr. Kowalski, used to wear a bikini.
Did he?
Yeah, it took school.
Good for him. But there are pictures of her in her classroom, and she's wearing, appropriate clothing for the classroom.
Yeah,
but
this is tight.
Okay.
Yes, please ask the question.
Let's talk about the butt for a second here, because
has nature determined?
No, that's got to be fake.
Is that?
It has to be.
All right,
because her
Kathy.
waist is tiny.
Yeah.
And the butt is gigantic.
You could literally put a Blu-ray player on that and make it an entertainment center.
Yeah, is it basically like back in the what was it, the 20s, where they would do that with their? They would have those. I don't even. No, not even the 20s.
Corsets.
The corsets.
Yeah, that, but then also they would have. Is it a busset?
A bustle.
Bustle.
Okay.
In your hedgerow.
In your
to make it pop, to make it look like they have I know what you're talking about. Almost like a hoop skirt.
I think butt implants are much more.
Look at the ass on that woman. Why, you could land a small aircraft on it.
They're more common than you think.
Here comes Howard Hughes and the Spruce Goose to land.
And he doesn't. Guess he proved those other fly boys wrong.
What were you saying, Kathy?
Butt implants are more common than you think they are.
Are they?
Are they?
Yeah.
Because I just naturally I can't see that. That almost looks like a mall drawing of somebody.
Yeah.
let me ask you. I know nothing about butt implants. Are they like breast implants, like silicone pouch type of things that they put in there?
Well, you've heard about the people.
The
who
injections, we know about
horrible.
those.
But I would have to imagine they would have to be something like that. Or where would you draw from your body to get that much fat to plump up? Because it's enormous.
Yeah, I don't know anything about
they're
butt
solid
implants.
silicone implants.
Okay.
And it's about the same pricing as breast implants.
No
That
kidding.
blows my mind because they would seem to be much bigger in size. By the way, on average, how much additional wiping time do you have to take? Right? I mean, unless you're using a buffer.
I don't know. I mean, it's not like it gets smeared on the back part of your
I do all
your
the time.
hiney, but it might be more difficult to reach back there. You may need some sort of apparatus to help
Or
you.
a team.
Yeah.
It's just. Do you remember a teacher who?
Not a butt like that, no.
Mrs. Emilio, I remember my second grade teacher, and I remember as a kid, even as a young man, finding myself that she seemed to she dressed what I remember it as being provocative. It may not have been. I mean, as a kid, what did I know? But everyone had a crush on her.
So I have a friend who she had sent me photos of this woman and was like, we don't understand how she doesn't work with her or anything like that.
Yeah.
But there are teachers in a different district, and they were just kind of like, we don't understand how nobody has said anything and how she continues to post these pictures and, maybe has not been spoken to, or maybe she has and she doesn't care. But it was going around for a little while, I guess, with some people that had found her Instagram account.
She's very buxom too, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm now, as I'm scrolling down and look at these at some of the photos of her in bikinis and stuff like that. She's really got some upstairs too.
She remains anonymous on Instagram. Her Instagram handle is not her name, and her name is not associated with the Instagram account.
How many followers, Nick? Does it have?
A lot, nearly a million, Steve.
Okay,
like 955,000 or something like that. Yeah. Nearly a million. So, and she just goes by the art teacher. I'm curious as to where that line gets drawn, because somebody somewhere in that school district knows who she is, knows what she goes by.
Yeah.
So you're allowed to post that type of stuff on Instagram, obviously. When does that interfere with you as a professional?
That's a good question. I wonder also because there never seems to be, at least in the pictures. Now I saw it on the Daily Mail. That's the first time I saw this article about her. I don't see any pictures of her with students. So she's reaching up for stuff in the classroom, and it's obviously stuff that's suggestive in the posing.
In the first three photos at the top, there are pictures of her with her students.
Are there? Okay, all right.
We're looking at, they're doing an outside class. You can't see their faces, but you can definitely see the back of them. So there are a few that have had, students in there. I was reading in that article, actually, Steve, that you sent me. It says the photos that she shares on her social media channel show her standing in front of cubby holes and high-collared, tight-fitting turtleneck and pleated skirt that shows off her form. She's also pictured at art fairs wearing skin-tight jeans and a tight blouse. Some of her snaps have students in the frame, although their faces are always obscured.
How do you move when you've got clothes that tight and a caboose that enormous?
Slowly.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
It's like when the freight train comes down along the Schuylkill.
Yeah, you got to go slow.
So anyhow, some people are, and she's got her, the people that feel it's, she's got her defenders and she's got her detractors as well. So
yeah, she's a school marm.
Well, and what's the story though? Like, what are they reporting? What's the Daily Mail reporting?
That people are divided on whether or not this is appropriate.
The
or
dads really love it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that people are saying that you shouldn't be, like this says, you can be a teacher. Well, no, this is what she said. Some of her pictures have students in the frame. Says, looking like this around middle schoolers? Wow, how does nobody find this concerning? I mean, those kids are literally starting puberty and dealing with all sorts of feelings already, and you're looking like that. Another one says, you can be a teacher and still be sexy. However, you don't have to post slutty photos or video sharing your ass to be sexy. And then there are others, however, like rapper Fat Joe, who says there's a teacher out there in New Jersey that is a special one. I say let the woman be great. Can you fire somebody for their looks? Can you fire a teacher that's ugly?
Well, in this,
how can you fire a teacher because she's bad?
Fat Joe makes a point the same way John Bernthal made a point about.
Fat Joe is right.
Fat Joe is right. Yeah. It's interesting though that she's up to almost 1 million followers. I mean, and I assume it's lucrative for her to do this. She's probably making more off social media than she is teaching.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. I bet
Right?
she is. Yeah, I have no idea what she's done to monetize it, but yeah, she's got nearly 1 million followers.
She probably get all her office, her school supplies with her.
You know, depending on, like, I don't know. I have, and this isn't me being, pervy or anything like that.
Yeah.
But, like, what is she doing that's so wrong?
No, and everyone has a take on it. That's fine if that's the case. Do you remember an attractive teacher? You had none.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. Sister. No, I mean,
Can you help me put this book back up on the top
It's
shelf?
it's okay to find a nun hot,
Absolutely.
right?
I'm trying to think if I
I'm on hotnuns.com right now.
found a nun who was like attractive-ish. No,
Yeah.
I mean,
No, nobody.
No.
no.
Wipe it out of your mind.
Hey, there's hot nuns out there. I mean, I can't say that I've ever seen them, but they're out there.
Sister Act has a few.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Casey, I'm with you. Like, she's not posting on OnlyFans. She's posting on Instagram, right? And yes, they're attractive and sexy photos, but who cares? I think at the end of the day, whether or not she's a good art teacher is whether or not she should have her job.
Yeah, but I think that she can. Well, I guess she can't get in trouble if she continues to do it and continues to be a teacher.
I don't think it would bother me if one of my kids was a student to somebody who is posting something like that as a teacher. I don't think it would as long as they're a decent teacher, I don't think it would bother me.
It seems to be okay. I mean, again, it's not out. She's just, the way she's constructed makes everything look a little bit more provocative, but it's not outlandish. It's not like she's on a pole.
Now, the bikini pictures, I don't know if you saw those or not.
If she showed up at school that way, yeah.
Right. No, they're posted on her account. But
That'd be a problem.
What's the date on the bikini pictures? I mean, is it summer?
No, it's first day of school.
Yeah.
It's this month.
Summer.
July. Yes. Women wear bikinis by the pool and at the beach.
Yeah.
It's what they do.
That's what they do.
My uncle told me.
All right. Well, anyhow, if you want to see those, you can definitely find them. There was another local story.
Is this City Beat?
I guess we're kind of in City Beat. These are, local stories, sort of. But
Wow.
yeah.
He's the man, he's the meat. He's the meat behind the beat.
Ooh.
It's time for City Beat with the beat meat man. You get it.
Yeah. So thousands of drivers in Pennsylvania could now be at greater risk of getting pulled over by police, all because of the frame around their license plate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a state appellate court ruling this week affirmed the right of police officers to stop drivers if any part of their license plate is obscured. And that doesn't just include the unique combination of letters and numbers that make up a person's license plate, but any lettering including the visitpa.com URL, or for that matter, the paint around it. So if you have anything covering any part of that license plate at all, technically you could be pulled over for that, and that includes license plate frames.
Well, that makes it pretty problematic because I don't think I've ever seen a license plate frame that doesn't obscure some part of what they just mentioned.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Critics argue.
I have a wooden frame around my. It's sort of a mahogany frame. It's beautiful.
Critics argue the decision by a 3-judge Superior Court panel raises concerns about racial bias and other potential abuses of power by law enforcement, and could give police another pretext to pull over a driver for a seemingly trivial reason, among other wide-reaching and unintended consequences.
All right, let me ask this because I know for a while there's been a law against those sort of camera defying or those license plate covers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it stops those license plate cameras from getting a solid picture of your license plate.
Mm-hmm.
I see them all the time, and I thought they were illegal.
Yeah, I think that they are. So at the heart of the decision is how to interpret the language in a section of Pennsylvania's vehicle code that prohibits license plates from being obscured. The code says that it's unlawful to display a license plate that is so dirty that its numbers and letters are illegible.
You got to clean them?
From a reasonable distance, or it's obscured in such a way that a red light camera or toll collection system can't read it,
There you
or
go.
is otherwise illegible at a reasonable distance, or is obscured in any manner. That's what it says.
Is it legal to write the information on a piece of cardboard and attach it with masking tape to the back of your car?
You're okay to do that. No, but they said the obscured in any manner.
In any manner.
Was a catch-all phrase meant to prohibit all obstructions for any part of the plate. If the legislature only wanted to prohibit just obstructions of the plate number and issuing authority, it would have specifically done so, the panel said.
I wonder how they reconcile this. I wonder how, when you get pulled over, for example, like with tinted windshields.
I got tinted.
Right. How do they determine?
I got pulled over.
With your current car?
No. A few cars back. Not windshield, but so your back windows, right? If you have a 4-door sedan, if you have back windows and your back windshield, I'm pretty sure you can have those tinted as dark as you want.
Really?
Yeah, because you figure, like, if you're driving a van, right, like a 2-door van, like, you have zero vision out of either side of those vans, right? So, but your front windows, the driver's side and passenger side, there's a certain degree. You're not allowed past, like, 35% or something along those lines, and mine were past that. I got pulled over, and I had two choices. It was either pay the fine and keep
or make a run for it.
Or make a run. No. It was either pay the fine and keep the tint, or take the tint off.
Wow.
And I ended up paying the fine and keeping the tint.
I see tinted windows all
So do I.
these really dark ones.
Yes.
And I just wonder, man, do you ever get pulled over? I don't know. But about the license plate frame thing, you guys ever had a frame on your plate?
I have them now, yeah.
What do you have?
It's a fish thing, yeah.
I've seen some pretty cool frames. I've never really gotten one myself to put on there. Sometimes I've left like a dealer frame on there forever just because I never get around to taking it off.
I'll do that. That's the only time I've ever had a frame around the license plate is if the dealer pops one on.
Right.
And I'm, I'll throw them a little extra advertising or whatever. I guess that's the whole purpose, right?
Maybe we should do Preston and Steve license plate
We
frames.
should.
We never thought about that.
No, they are illegal.
What?
Just because of the show? And we say naughty things?
Just because of
License plate covers and some license plate frames are illegal.
Okay, well, definitely under this, you mean? Under this code? Yeah. So, I mean, in a technical sense, yes, you could be pulled over for it.
Right.
I don't know if I guess they could ticket you for it, too.
I think they could.
That's kind of weird.
I think they can give you the death penalty on the spot.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're pre-law. So
I am pre-law.
you would know
I'm
this.
using the Judge Dredd system.
By the way, Casey was right about the tinting. This is PA law, so I don't know if it's different in Jersey or Delaware, but the front windows must allow more than 70% of the light in. Back side windows, any darkness can be used on the tinting.
Well, here's the deal.
Depends
Obviously,
on the year of the car, too.
Does it?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, pre-1998. You see that, Nick?
No.
Pre-1998 is different than after.
How
Nick,
so?
Hold on. What you have highlighted is for SUVs and vans. For sedans, though, the rear window must allow 70% of light in.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So I missed
it
that.
depends on the model, I guess,
So
as well.
part of the deal also is if you're a police officer and you're pulling over somebody, if it's really obscured in the car, it makes it more problematic for them.
Yeah.
And you can certainly understand that.
Yeah.
I think that's why probably it would be good to have like a spinning disco ball inside the car.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So at least you see something illuminated in there.
You flick the switch when
That's
you get
pretty
pulled
funny.
over. Yeah.
That would be great, wouldn't it? It's like the cash cab.
Exactly.
Yeah,
with the lights.
The light show starts happening inside. Wow. So I don't know what the story is on if this is currently the rule. Well, you just read that, Kathy, right? So it's currently the rule?
Yeah, that's what it says. And same thing with like tinting too.
She specializes in PA law, right?
My
Yes.
my whole family, we were going to get vanity plates, and they were going to be Foz, and then number after that. So my mom would be Foz 1, my sister would be Foz 2, and then my younger brother was Foz 5.
Oh.
And so, yeah, my younger brother is the only one who actually went through with it. And they messed it up, and he's Fonz 5.
They messed it up?
Yes.
Personalized plate.
Yeah.
Fonz 5.
Yes.
And he still has this.
Yes.
Why did he
Oh, my God.
You should be Pots 1.
Oh,
Fonz.
Yeah, I'm Mouth 2.
that's great. Yeah. Should all.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yes.
Your mom should be Mrs. C.
Al.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Joni.
God, this family loves Happy Days.
I'm trying to think of
Fonz.
obscure characters from Happy Days.
Chachi.
Yeah.
Mork was part of there. Yeah.
Leather.
Yeah.
Pinky.
Yes.
The Malachi brothers.
Wait, Mork got a start on Happy Days?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I don't think I knew
And
that.
by the way, it wasn't a dream episode, right? It was like they actually had. That's how realistic
he and
that show was.
battled each other.
Yeah,
you didn't know this?
No.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah,
Fonzie's.
It was the
Mork's
finger versus the thumb.
Yeah.
I think I gave up on there was
David Mamet wrote that.
yeah, right before Glenn Ross. I think like the later Happy Days part of that series, I gave up on. I was like an early Happy Days guy, and then towards the end, like when they would have crossovers like this, I bailed.
Now, hang on a second. Did Mork show up before or after the shark? Because they said they jumped the
Way
shark.
before.
Oh, I was thinking after, but
Oh no, you might be right. You
I
might
don't
be
know.
right.
I'm not sure.
All right.
But
Yeah, Fonz 5.
Fonz 5. Oh my
So
God.
the Jump the Shark episode was 1977 in Hollywood Part 3, and then I'll look up the Mork.
Yeah, please do. By the way, I saw a personalized plate yesterday, and it said, what would you think this was? It said, "Oh my." That's a reference to George Takei, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought that was kind of a fun one.
Right.
'Cause The my was kind of stretched up. It was like M-Y-Y-Y-Y or something like that. I thought that was kind of
Remember
cute.
Bumper Stumpers? I love that game.
That was hard.
Yeah,
It was a difficult
it was.
show. I was never good at it. My favorite Orkin came out in 78 after Jumping the Shark.
All right. So
right.
they went from jumping a shark to eventually aliens.
We got to reel this
They
back
took out
in.
Stupid. Yeah, we got to reel it back in.
We've got to reel this back in.
Aliens
What's up next? Oh, an alien.
in Midwestern 1950s.
Thumb versus the index finger.
Did they write that episode knowing that there was going to be a spinoff?
No.
Okay, so they thought
Yeah.
alien plot line.
Right.
Yeah, all right.
But by the way, they knew they had something with Robin Williams.
Sure, okay.
That they did.
Right.
Like with Laverne and Shirley, they were the cheap girls that Fonzie knew, and
Right.
and they had one or two times on the show. But they were saying, okay, let's see how this plays. But it was never a hard and fast.
So-
we're going to do a Morg show.
Craig Legons, who is just a wealth of TV knowledge, said Gary Marshall's son was a huge Star Wars fan and wanted a spaceman on the show. So he wrote Mork from Mork.
Kidding.
Isn't that freaking crazy?
Was there more than one Mork episode? Didn't he visit twice?
I
Or am I
think there was just one.
Yeah, Laverne and Shirley were they part of that episode too?
They might
have
have been.
I feel like I
Remember, they were backup singers when Fonzie performed at the diner. You remember he came out and he was singing and they were behind.
Wow, here's the plot. Richie remarks that he thought he saw a flying saucer behind Arnold's drive-in.
Oh my God!
But Fonzie, Ralph, Potsy, and Chachi don't believe him.
Okay.
And then it goes from there.
Okay.
Richie decides to interview Mork.
Wow. Because he was a writer, right?
Yeah, Richie asked him if he's going to.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, he wanted to be a journalist, and then I think he go off to. Did he join the army or?
I don't
no,
remember.
didn't Chuck join the army?
Oh, maybe Chuck did.
Yeah.
And then so Mork moved to Boulder. Like he was hanging out.
I guess so. No, they rewrote the whole thing. Because remember, if you remember the beginning of the show, Mort kind of crash landed in Boulder, and Mindy found him on the side.
He
of
was
the
in
road.
an egg.
He was in an egg,
And by the way, that was a current show when Mork and Mindy was taking place. It wasn't taking place in the quote unquote 50s.
That's right. So he came back to the Earth in the 1980s.
So it all makes sense.
Oh, you know what?
It's not like it was stupid.
Mork ended up going back to Happy Days after he had his own show.
Okay.
So then they officially had a crossover.
So he came back. Okay, so there was another episode, I guess.
How many years was Happy Days on the air?
Oh, a long time.
Because I watched it in the 80s. I felt
Me too,
like,
Case.
yeah.
And I think that's when I started watching it. Like, it was fairly stupid and silly at that point.
Imagine that the son of, Gary Marshall
10 years.
dictates. Because that's why Jason Voorhees was on The West Wing. Aaron Sorkin's nephew was a fan of
spoke.
Yeah.
You know, which is odd for working in that world of politics in the White House.
He was the press secretary.
Jason Voorhees was the press
He
secretary.
was like a wall. They couldn't break him
They
down.
couldn't break him.
Say something.
Next question. Oh my God. He just stands there stoic and unmoved. And nobody wanted to call him on it because he was always carrying a machete around. God.
How did he get that in the White House, guys?
He worked there.
Yeah, you
They
got to
allowed
pass.
him.
You're allowed to bring machetes in? All right.
There was a lanyard around the machete.
Okay.
Dear God.
It's so dumb.
All right.
We were talking about window tinting, by the way, guys.
No, license plate phrase.
License plate, there you go.
That's how we got started. And we ended up with Jason Voorhees, press secretary to the White House.
West Wing.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Oh, my God.
All right, we should take a break, I think. We need to
We
cleanse.
answered all your questions.
We need to cleanse this.
Yeah.
I apologize to those who've been on hold talking about the relevant conversation we were having earlier, but we're just not going to be able to read
This was breaking news.
Yeah, this is breaking news. So we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We have some bizarre file stories. We also have joining us live on the show this morning, Bert Kreischer from Hawaii. He's calling in because he's got shows this weekend in Atlantic City. And G Love is getting in touch with us as well because he's got a gig tonight.
Nice.
And that is down the shore as well in Brigantine. So we'll get to all of that. But the B file is coming up next. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. Anyway, by the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen. That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay. Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Going
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Serpent USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
Have a snookle.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Snorkel at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
yeah, because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it.
Do you
for
remember what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right, a
is?
snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding
it?
me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons. That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Lean back, wait for. Hey! In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was certainly like
chair.
a warm zone or something.
A warm
like that
zone.
They call those.
That's
So-
what I call my
There's
chairs at
hot
home.
zone.
Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these caverns. Like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical.
So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
You know, get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bed bug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bed bugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. You're ready to set up shop somewhere else.
100%. If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good.
The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good. Yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. Good dog. Yeah. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah.
Let's see here. As Godzilla versus Kong, starring Millie Bobby Brown, performed much better than expected given the circumstances of COVID and so on, and the original movie King of the Monsters' lackluster box office performance. A threequel is expected with Adam Wingard set to direct again.
So he just directed the most recent one.
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the concept being floated is Son of Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong has crossed $400 million globally and is the top-grossing Hollywood-produced movie since the pandemic hit.
They're going to have to correct something now in both these, Son of Kong and Son of Godzilla. You gotta have another. You gotta have a female Godzilla. Something. Who's he banging?
Yeah.
Where does this? Not unless they're asexual. They reproduce that way. I mean, there's only
it's Son of Kong,
right? But there's also Son of Godzilla.
Oh, is there Son of Godzilla?
Yes, I'm sure that's in the works as well.
So maybe he could reproduce asexually. I don't know. We don't know much about Godzilla. He's kind of a mystery, but definitely not Kong.
Well, Godzilla
Definitely
could.
not.
No, he's more.
Yeah.
He's a simian.
He's a mammal.
Why do we assume that Kong is a man? Wouldn't
We
see
know it. He's all man.
Well, I don't know.
Wouldn't he be Queen Kong?
Yeah, he'd be Queen Kong.
Okay, fair point. But I didn't see any low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, they left that out. In fact, can you on apes, or do they? I've never.
Is there junk external?
That's a good question.
Apparently, it's pretty small. I remember that we talked one point about animal genitalia.
Yeah, but even on Kong, it would be big enough.
You're right.
But it'd be the size of a
proportionally
VW, you know.
Yeah,
it'd be the size of me.
Be as tall as Steve.
I want to see King Dong. I want to see it.
There actually was a movie called King Dong.
Of course, there was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a rom-com. Like he's romancing this lady, and that's about how they have the baby together.
Oh, the next Kong
the
movie?
next one, yeah.
4 weddings and a King Kong.
That could be something like that. We'll have to see. An inspiring story.
Giant ape walked into her life.
All right. So anyhow, we will see if that comes to pass or not. But
how big his junk is, and whether there's a Mrs. Kong.
Son of Kong. We'll have to see.
What a goddamn day today. Sit down. I'll make you some dinner. I'm fighting these things that are apparently prehistoric. And yet I've never seen them, and I'm on an island. You'd think I would run across, I don't even know why they evolved that way. They're like snake things with, give me a beer.
Yeah, think about it tomorrow.
You want to do a little grab ass?
Yeah. Khloe Kardashian.
Let's take this upstairs.
Come on. What are you doing?
Just a little finger stuff.
Oh my God.
There's no little finger stuff in there.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought in this morning by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. So go to drytechcorp.com. So a missing woman was found trapped inside her bathroom after 3 days with a farewell note that she had written on the wall.
Oh, man.
The 54-year-old had just finished showering for her night routine, but could not come out due to the jammed doorknob. This is in Bangkok, Thailand. She lives alone in a 4-story townhouse with secure steel gates built around the property so no one could hear her shouting for help.
A little too secure.
After 3 days, the extremely exhausted woman seemed to have given up and finally wrote a goodbye letter to her loved ones who arrived to rescue her shortly after, by the way. Her farewell letter was scribbled on the wall using a face cream.
Wow.
And it read, "I was stuck on the 22nd and couldn't get out. I've been drinking tap water to stay alive, and if it runs out, I'll probably die. I've been screaming for help, but no one could hear. No one has arrived."
Luckily for her, they used steakums as toilet paper.
Oh, yeah. So she was able to
eat.
Subside on that for a while. The woman's sister became worried when she didn't return, when she wasn't returning her calls and sought help from the police who barged into her locked home. Officers used pliers to cut off the padlocks and then searched the premises where she was found inside the bathroom. Wow. She said she had survived drinking the tap water without food and was exhausted from trying to break the door several times without success. She said, "I tried to break the door, cried out for help, but no one heard me. I used things inside the bathroom to break through the door, but it was so sturdy, I didn't have food and just drank tap water." Rescuers checked the woman's health, but she was generally healthy. However, they took her to the hospital for further assessment.
I wrote a farewell message on the bathroom wall once when I had a particularly good bowel movement. I thought, it's not going to get better than this.
I had one of those this weekend.
They're wonderful.
It had to have been 3 feet long.
Wow. Look.
I mean, like a yardstick.
It's great.
Nick, double tapered. It was wonderful.
USA. Take a picture?
No.
He drew it. He's got
sorry. It'll always be up here. I'll always have it.
In the art gallery of my mind.
Now, speaking of getting stuck, firefighters in Britain got an unusual call about a man who had his hand trapped in the back of a sofa and couldn't get out. After responding to the call, they were able to extract his hand without causing any serious injury. The man in distress only suffered from slight reddening of the hand, and it really... Wait a second. He said it really it isn't just fires. I am pleased that we were able to get the mail out without hurting... This is the fire department. Without hurting him further or damaging his sofa.
So your preference, trapped in the bathroom or trapped in the couch?
Oh, the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the couch, you can sit and probably be comfortable, but there's more things to do and play with in the bathroom.
So we have a recliner couch. There's one part that's, you press a button and it'll extend out, which is cool. And my phone fell underneath it, and I was reaching underneath. I was like, you could very easily get caught.
Yeah.
Very easily.
There's some metal pieces in there, and then all of a sudden, if you get it wedged, and then what happens is like you might start swelling.
Yes,
from that.
Could have easily happened.
Yep. So you got to be careful, folks. Listen to this. Even if you're careful, you can't avoid this. A college freshman was struck by lightning on her first day of classes and survived despite a close call with her heart.
It's amazing.
Emma Egler, who is 18 years old, said the doctors told her she was very lucky to be alive as the lightning strike narrowly missed her heart.
Whoa.
The shock could have caused a fatal heart attack in an older person, but Egler escaped with second-degree burns and bruises. The Alabama native moved into her dorm at the University of West Florida over the weekend to attend her first classes on Monday. She said that she could see a storm brewing as she walked to her final class on the day, but she didn't realize how close it was. Egler said that she didn't feel the impact of the lightning strike when it hit her. One moment she was on her feet, and then she woke up on the ground, unable to move or speak. Her electronics were fried, and her shirt melted to her body.
God.
Leaving burns on her chest, stomach, and wrist. After paramedics brought her to a local hospital, she was transferred to a burn center. Since she was discharged on Tuesday evening, Egler is feeling better and planning to attend classes this week.
It's amazing.
When she came to, her shirt was completely open and had fused to her skin. Her friends were able to move her to a nearby bench and called 911. Nelson Libet gave Egler the shirt off his back to cover herself and waited with her until the paramedics came. She said she remembers really panicking because she thought she was paralyzed. Fortunately, she regained feeling and movement in her legs during the hospital stay. The burns on her stomach were the worst of her injuries. The electricity from the lightning bolt traveled down the left side of her body from her chest to her foot. She was left with holes in her sock and sneaker where the current exited her body. And her Apple Watch exploded when the electricity surged through her body, causing the burns on her wrist. And her phone was also fried by the lightning strike. The burns on Emma's wrist and neck, where her necklace had also conducted electricity, were minor compared to those in her torso. Her family and doctors agree that she made a miraculous recovery after that. Wow.
Not that you want to get struck by lightning, but I just looked this up. If you are... 90% of all lightning strike victims survive.
No kidding.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be nearly that high.
You're getting hit by lightning.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow, interesting. A 6-year-old girl in Ohio is speaking out for the first time since she saved herself from an apparent kidnapping attempt right outside of her house. Kennedy Nash is her name, and she was taking out the trash when the incident unfolded. She described how she narrowly escaped a dangerous situation in an interview with Good Morning America last week. She said, "This guy walks by and he touched me. He pulled me." But Kennedy quickly reacted and screamed when the man grabbed her hand, and that's when the young girl thinks that it may have helped her. She said, "He just let go because I screamed." And a doorbell camera at Kennedy's family home captured the entire incident, which took less than 10 seconds overall.
Well, George, it's all about situational awareness.
Police say that the man grabbed Kennedy suddenly. And suddenly stepped forward and also tried to drag her along with him, all before Kennedy screamed. And afterward, she ran back into the family's house, alerting her dad, who jumped into the car and followed the man while they called local authorities. She said, "I chased him like he still had my kid. Definitely didn't want him to be able to snatch another kid." Police later arrested 33-year-old Derek McPherson in connection with the case. McPherson has been charged with abduction and inappropriate grabbing. The Nashes say they've taught all 4 of their daughters how to fight off an attacker, and if it wasn't for Kennedy's quick action, the outcome could have been much, much worse. That's
amazing.
Terrifying. But yes, stranger danger, scream, yell, all that stuff. You got to do that. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We're going to take a break. When we get back, talking to G Love.
Yeah.
And then after that, we're talking to Bert Kreischer. So make sure that you are with us. We will be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A lot of gorillas are like that.
It's okay, baby. It happens. No, not to me. It's those dumb lizard things that I met today.
You can't stop thinking about it.
I'm just distracted.
Forget about the lizard things. Come upstairs.
Let's have some oysters.
Okay. Should I move on to Khloe Kardashian now? Okay, thank you.
Same size.
I have the floor now.
Maybe that. There you go. King Kong marries Khloe Kardashian.
Today, it was, I guess, 25 years ago today or recently within the last week or so.
I think it's today. It's a magical day, or at least a magical time. You can sort of feel it in the air.
Yeah, you even look outside.
Yeah.
The trees are swaying, I think, in honor of the fact that it is the 25th anniversary of the movie Twister.
Yeah. A legendary film.
Oh, my God.
Legendary, horrible film.
I remember looking forward to going and see. I took my mom. She was visiting in town, and I took her to go see the movie. And the big hook were the effects.
That's it.
At the time, the effects were kind of groundbreaking. The CGI depicting these tornadoes.
And they were amazing for the time. They did a great job.
Yeah. It was such a stupid movie.
The whole concept.
It was just piss poor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rival storm chasers.
yeah.
There's the corporate storm chasers and the more grassroots in it for the love of the storm. The whole background story on Linda Hunt's character, Helen Hunt's Joe Harding.
Not Linda.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
Yeah. So the Helen Hunt's story about her dad being sucked away in a twister while they were in the storm cellar, and she's always had this love-hate relationship with the storms. But it's horrible. But again, at that time, the effects-wise, you'd never seen anything like that.
No, effects-wise. So here's my vivid memory of this movie. Because if it was 25 years ago today, I was just getting done my junior year of college. I was a lifeguard, and I was at my boss, the guy who owned the company. I was at his house getting all the supplies ready to clean out pools. We did apartment pools. And he talked like this, like his voice was like this, right? And so it's me and my little brother, and we're power washing all this stuff in his driveway. And he goes, I saw Twister last night, and those tornadoes were real. And he said that. Those tornadoes were real. He must have said that like a half a dozen times. My little brother, it was me and him, my younger brother, sorry. It was me and him. And so we will, I mean, even 25 years later, if the word tornado comes up in conversation, he and I will say, those tornadoes were real.
What was that guy's name?
I don't want to say his name.
What's his first name?
What was his first name? Last name?
You just know his last name?
Joe.
Okay.
Let's go with Joe.
Hey, Joe, how were those tornadoes?
Those tornadoes were real.
I love that story so much.
Was he suggesting that they had incorporated? What was his point? Was that they were not created for the movie, that they were corralling tornadoes and using them in the film?
I think what he meant to say was those tornadoes looked real.
Okay.
But he said that they were real. And he had like a real affinity towards just weather. He loved weather.
He was a
all
weather guy.
Yeah, he loved weather.
It was like Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie.
Well, I mean, listen, he owned a pool supply and lifeguarding company, so weather was definitely...
What I really love is weather.
Yeah. Weather's important to that line of work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Those tornadoes are real.
Oh, my God.
I wonder if my brother's
great.
texting me.
It's almost kind of Don Nazi.
Yeah.
Wait, I just said Don Nazi.
Very different.
Don Nazi.
Citizens of Mayberry, I find nice and gloomy.
Oh, my God. I didn't even mean to do that. Wow. Okay.
Floyd in here. I have something for him to do. We got to talk about this Jewish thing.
All right. But you guys would be surprised how many people are texting in on how this is their favorite movie.
Yeah.
Or that it's their
I don't even get why we're
best
talking
movie.
about it.
It's the 25th anniversary.
We're
Because
talking
those
about it
tornadoes were real.
Who cares?
I mean, come on, Cap.
It
was real.
By the way, when Casey says that, he puts his hands by his sides.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like he pushes them into his sticks his elbows out and goes, it was real.
Those tornadoes were real.
Primal Fear. Ed Norton has them as a very diabolical character, right? I remember he's completely psychopathic.
A good twist.
It's a twist.
Too.
Yeah.
It's a twister.
It was real. Those tornadoes were real.
Dude. can't believe we just met this guy.
I
just
can't
now.
believe I never took
You've never. I've never brought it
I
up.
love that.
Dude, that guy, man. He lived in this beautiful, huge home. I'm like, how the hell, like looking back on it, I'm like, how the hell did you just own a pool company? You know what I mean? Anyway.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, well, good on
And he
him.
My family money is real.
I want to get movie reviews from that guy.
Yes.
Other movies.
Other movies from Joe.
Yeah.
I love it. After grieving her husband Prince Philip's death, Queen Elizabeth is back to her royal duties. On Tuesday, she made her first official appearance following Philip's funeral. And she was seen, grinning. I thought it said grinding.
I thought it said gurning.
She's gurning.
Now, what's this? I'm sucking my chin into my mouth.
Wait, do we have the bell? It's the gurning.
Her Royal Majesty will now suck her chin into her mouth as part of the royal gurning. Her Royal Majesty will contort her face by sucking her chin up into her mouth.
If you're not familiar with gurning, it's when people take their false teeth out and suck their lips into their mouth.
If you know what bitter beer face is.
Yeah, that's gurning. So she was seen gurning during two virtual audiences with Windsor Castle. So yeah,
Prince Charles will gurn simply by standing there.
no, it was grinning is the word I read incorrectly. So.
By the way, this very bell came from England.
No.
Really?
Yes, it did. I ordered it on Amazon, and it came, and there was the parcel information said from England. So maybe it's the one the Queen uses.
It might be. Might be.
Where's my goddamn bell?
the gurning.
I sold it on Amazon.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
This is that's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York, Conby in Los Angeles, Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Voted number one in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
We're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine to see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going west. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Yeah.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's. Yeah, I mean, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Thank you.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone! Great food! Answer the goddamn phone! Open all night!
We've been mentioning all morning long, tickets for the MMBarbecue go on sale right now. It is exactly 10 a.m.
Yeah.
You can get your tickets. The lawn seats start at just $25, and we want you to get on board because we want you to be there for all of the bands and all the activities that are taking place. We're going to have Aaron Jones, who we just played, Dorothy, Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen's band, Mammoth, he will be there. Dirty Honey, Cheap Trick, The Offspring, and the band that this gentleman is in, who is joining us right now. We're so excited to have Jane's Addiction on the bill.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen them before. I saw them at the Spectrum ages ago.
Amazing, right?
Blew me out of the water. One of my favorite shows in that building of all time. Please welcome Mr. Dave Navarro. Our show today. Good morning, Dave.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. That's a very nice welcome.
It's our pleasure, man. Like I said, yeah, I've seen you guys before. I know the kind of energetic show that you bring, and that you guys get the audience in on the party. You make it happen, and it's been a while since we've partied, Dave. So big expectations.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, big expectations for me too. I got to tell you, the other night, LA is starting to open up and have indoor eating and dining and things like that. And I went to a restaurant the other night, and it was overwhelming. Just people and noise and things going on and plates being dropped. And then I thought forward to our show coming up in September. I was like, man, I'm not even prepared to be in a restaurant.
Baby steps.
But
you know what I mean? Like, what is it going to be like walking out onto like a festival audience with you guys? But I'm excited to do it, man. It's been a long time. So
the way
we're pretty psyched.
The way it's progressing is that the show is it's at the end of September. So again, everyone's sort of feeling their way. It's like the cobwebs are lifting and the doors are opening and everyone's looking above ground. And by that time, I think we're going to be in a nice swing of thing. But I can't think of a better scenario, especially since it'll be a little bit cooler in September.
Yeah.
And the roster's great. And Preston's seen you guys a number of times, and I've always wanted to see Jane's Addiction, and people are freaking out.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm also super excited to see Wolfgang's band.
We're going to get G-Love on in just a couple of minutes here, but I got some shout-outs and things that we can do in the meantime. I got this one. It's sad news, but I want to pass this along because there's a nice little sentiment here. It says, "Good morning, Preston. Last night, my mother passed away after lengthy respiratory issues. Her name is Judy Di Vietro, and was the epitome of a financially struggled mother who still fed, cared for, and provided birthday and holiday gifts for all her children. She was crafty, artistic, selfless, and will be missed by all." And he writes, this is from Shane Walsh. He writes, "Since she was big on flatulence humor, can she get a shout out?" Oh, it says on Wednesday, August 31st. I did not know. I didn't see the date on there.
You can't. It's something you always say. You can't hit the exact date.
He said, "I think that she would like that."
All right.
So we are happy to do that. She was a fan of farts. So this is for Judy. A shout out on behalf of Shane. And Shane, so sorry to hear for your loss. It's terrible news, bud. This one, not as sad and very interesting. This says, "Hi, Preston. I'm feeling good, and I hope you are too. And I just wanted to say thanks to you and the whole crew at the Preston and Steve Show for the years of entertainment. I am from New Mexico and have been a religious podcaster since 2007.
Wow.
When I was in high school, my mom decided to try your show purely because her brother's name is also Preston, and the rest is history."
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Totally.
Whatever reason you want to start listening or get people to listen, we're on board.
And he writes, "Happy 15-year podcast anniversary. Shart me hard, Daddy-O."
Okay.
This is from Ethan Pruitt. So here you go. I like that. Happy 15-year podcast anniversary. Has it been? We've been doing it for more than 15 years. Right?
Well, when we first got
here, 15 years that he's been listening.
Right.
That he's been a podcast.
So I remember it's like no one knew. We knew what the podcast was, and there was we'll put up the best 10 minutes or put up something just tease. And we said, hey, if people are coming to us and they want to hear the show, we'll put up the whole show. Because the hardest thing to do is to get people listening out of their normal listening pattern. So we were early to the podcast, and we were early to putting up the entire show.
Did we start at Y100 doing podcasts?
No, we did it here.
We started here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So nice. And they're loving us in New Mexico.
Of course. We're huge in New Mexico.
Isn't that nice? And then another one, this shout out. This is from Liam. Or no. The son's name is Liam. This is from Kyle and Mary. And their son Liam said turns 1 this Wednesday. All right, I missed another one. He loves listening to the show during breakfast and on trips to the shore. We were hoping that he could get a little shout out to celebrate. I can guarantee that he'll give you all one too. Thanks. From Kyle and Mary. So here's a quick shout out for their 1-year-old, by the way.
It's wild when you have those encounters. I was walking out of some store, and a young lady, I'm sorry, like Regis Philbin, maybe a 17, 18, purple hair, Nirvana shirt. She comes over and she says, are you Steve from Preston? Steve, she's listened all her life because her dad and mom would listen while they were driving her around. And I'm like, now, do you wish they hadn't done that, or do you? And she listens as well, and it's like that to me is such a wild thing. The notion that I would listen to what my parents were listening to in the car blows my mind.
Yeah,
but yeah, she's a big fan.
I guess I did that when I was a kid too.
Yeah,
my parents, whatever they had on,
right?
You kind of enjoyed it.
But then to carry it on, once you are free of their
that's pretty cool.
Radio control.
Yep.
It's how I started listening to MMR, because my parents would listen to MMR driving around, and my dad listened to DeBella, and it was just one of those things where like, hey, what is this station? And I started liking, some of the music that MMR was playing, so I liked the music that my dad liked.
And there you go.
And here we are.
But I mean, there's a certain point where you think, okay, are you going to disconnect? But for some reason, because we play fart effects, I think we appeal to everyone.
Here's a tweet. It says, hey, Preston, Steve, my dad loves the show so much, listens almost all the time.
Awesome.
I have 1 hour left. 1 hour left on our drive home from Bonita Springs, Florida. 18 hours.
Wow.
My dad's name is Ken Birmingham. Listening. Can I get a hi? She says. Well, we'll give you a shout out. How about that? We can do that.
I can do both, actually.
All right. So 18-hour drive. Oh, please.
Where the hell is it? You son of a bitch.
I don't know.
I had a perfect time. Yeah, let's go with that.
I will work. Yeah.
There we go.
So good luck on the last part of your long-ass drive, friends. And thank you for listening while you're on the way. All right, our guest is ready to go. Oh, he's via Zoom.
Wow.
All right. I think last time we talked to him, he was via Zoom as well. Going to be playing on tonight, actually, is the gig. Yeah. And we'll be at Laguna in Brigantine this very evening, and always a great time when you go to see him perform live. Please welcome Mr. G. Love to our show today. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. How are you?
We're good, man. Nice to see you once again.
Good to see you. I'm down here at Brigantine, if you recall, from the 80s to the 70s, home of the Brigantine Castle.
Yes, the Brigantine Castle. We have played the old TV commercial on the Brigantine Castle. Do you remember that?
Yes. Hey, I want to say you've played this location before. I think I saw you at Laguna a couple years ago. You did the show out on the beach, right?
Yeah, I can't get out of here, man.
Yeah, no, it was a great show.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Down here, we're down here. We played. I told Casey, he hit me up yesterday. Hey, G, can you come on the show? I said, you better call me at 8:20.
Yeah,
make sure I'm up. We played last night the PNC Arts Center in New Jersey.
Okay, and then so you just came down to Brigantine right after the gig last night?
Yeah, well, I'm on tour right now with Dispatch and LAR.
Okay, and so what time was Lights Out last night? What time did they close the venue?
Probably like we started walking out into the woods behind the venue at like, I don't know, 1 o'clock or something like that.
Okay.
Like we're walking behind the fence in the Pine Barrens. I told the guys about the Jersey Devil and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. They weren't aware of the stories?
No one knows the story of the Jersey Devil. I'm like, dude, I wish I wrote screenplays because like It's like the lowest hanging fruit for like the next Blair Witch Project.
Oh, they've done it. They've done a Jersey Devil ish movie, a couple of Jersey Devilish movies. There's actually a movie called The Last Broadcast that's kind of like a
really
a Blair
the Jersey
Witch.
Devil?
It's sort of something like similar, but yeah, so the story is it was this woman had all these children, and then she finally go ahead, tell the story.
Yeah.
So it was Mother Leeds.
Yes.
And she had 12 children. And when she was pregnant with her 13th child, she cursed the child, said the child was going to be the devil.
Yeah.
The child was born on a stormy night in the Pine Barrens. And it came out as a regular baby, but soon turned into a creature with a goat's head, cloven hooves, bat-like wings, small arms with long claws, and a fork-like tail. At which point, he flew around the room and beat all 12 of his brothers and sisters with his tail, and then flew up the chimney into the Pine Barrens. The last sighting of the Jersey Devil was in the 60s in South Philadelphia.
In South Philly?
That's what they say.
There was a story that a school, this is years ago, maybe in the early 60s, or I don't know when it occurred, but it was, I think, maybe an elementary school in New Jersey, and there was pandemonium erupted because one of the kids reported seeing the Jersey Devil in the woods. And but it's one of those fun legends, and when people don't know about it, they freak out.
Oh my God. Yeah, pretty much. So yes, I was telling the guys a story out in the backwoods.
Now, did they get scared, or were they laughing at you when you told them the story?
Both.
Okay, both. Nice.
Why don't you compose a Jersey Devil rock opera?
Yeah. Steve, are you saying that the story has failed? That it's failed on the silver screen, basically?
It's never been done. Well, there have been a couple of movies, and I'm having a brain fart on some of them, but I've seen them because there's.
But a couple catchy tunes might bring it around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of catchy tunes, G, with the song we played at the intro, we played I-76 when we brought you on. I've got that on, a few different mixes that I have personally, and one of them is I play golf a lot, and I've got it on my golf mix, and it comes up, and it just makes me happy when I hear the song. And I remember years and years and years ago running into you, and we were talking about that song, and you were telling me about changing up the lyrics to it to match the current lineup of the team, and you had thrown in like Matt Geiger's name and stuff like that. Do you still tweak with the roster in that song when you play it live?
Yeah, we said get along 76ers, James Harden, Joel Embiid.
All right.
There you go. Yeah,
I love that. So it's
like the thing is that this happens every time the Sixers are on a run. People start blowing us up and be like, yo, you got to do the remix. You got to do the version. And then, like, people talk about it, and then they lose. You know what I mean? Before you could go.
Well, you know what I can suggest? Here's what you do. Instead of switching up the players all the time, just say, Jersey Devil.
He made us lose. No.
Yeah.
But, yeah, making a Christmas record. Like, you can't make a Christmas record in December.
Right.
Right? You're feeling the Christmas spirit. You got to make the Christmas record in July.
Right.
When you're.
I got it. Yeah, that's the way you do it.
Listen, I saw this little stat, which is scary, and trust me, because mine are the same age, but your son Aiden turned 21 back in July. I remember when he was a baby and being over at your house and meeting. What's that like, now having a 21-year-old?
Well, the 21-year-old is great. The 6, 2, and 1-year-olds are a problem. And yeah, because they were on the road all summer. So this is the first morning. They actually went home yesterday, back to school. So this is the first morning I could have slept in after the gig. And then you guys are like, yo, G, here's your big chance. I'm like, I'll be there.
So a lot of people think that the Love statue was placed in Philadelphia for the bicentennial, but they didn't. A lot of people don't really know that it was actually a birthday present. It was a 4th birthday present for you, G Love. They put the Love statue in the middle of Center City.
How about that?
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, it's a famous sculpture by the contemporary artist Robert Indiana, and Yeah, actually, we were back in Philly for the gig at the Man a week and a half ago, and we stayed uptown. And man, it's just whenever I come back to Philly now, I'm like a tourist. So I'm like, wow, there's Willie Penn, honey, there's Love Park, there's Rittenhouse Square. Let's go get a cheesesteak.
So, G, I actually walked past the Love statue on Friday afternoon, and I was just a couple of hours early for this. I don't know if you saw this. Somebody was walking an alligator in Love Park on Friday on a leash. Did you see that?
Is that legal?
Probably not.
As long as it's on a leash, I guess it's okay. I don't know if it was Wally or not, but it was the picture I saw was a child in a bathing suit with a alligator on his, and it wasn't a big one. It was probably about 4 feet, but I mean, still, take a finger off, I'm sure.
Was it a caiman or was it an alligator?
It's Wally the support alligator.
It is Wally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was spotted in Love Park, and he was in the fountain over the weekend.
Duct tape mouth shut and then snuggle away.
Snuggle up with the alligator. So what the show this evening? Because when I saw you, it was it was just great. It was full of energy and all that stuff. Are we getting treated to any new material? What can someone expect? Will it be the Jersey Devil rock opera?
I think it should. We gotta start working on this idea immediately. But yeah, this is a great gig. It's toes in the sand, as we say. It's literally on the beach. You literally. I have my toes in the sand. You should have your toes in the sand. Everyone should have toes in the sand and cold beverages. It's
a great venue. It really is. I mean, I such a terrific time that night, and you're not kidding. You're right on the beach, and it's perfect.
Yeah, we'll play a couple sets. Tonight's going to be Chuck Treese and I. Chuck will be on the drums and the vocals, and yeah, we're playing a lot of stuff from. Oh, since we talked last, I got my new record out. I got it right here, Philadelphia, Mississippi. This is a really cool record. We call it the Pilgrimage of the Hip Hop Blues. Chuck Treese and I drove from Philly to Coldwater, Mississippi to work with Luther Dickinson, who produced it, and it's got amazing talent on this record. We immersed ourselves with the bluesmen and women, people like Alvin Youngblood Hart, R.L. Boyce, John Tavius Willis, Chris Stone, Kingfish Ingram, and then MCs like Speech from Arrested Development, Freddie Fox, and Philadelphia's own Schoolie D.
Nice. Did you draw on a little bit of that Delta sound since you were down that way?
Yeah, for sure, man. It's got the blues, and then it's got the hip hop, and it's a very cool record. So yeah, so we're playing songs from that. Of course, the classics, the Philly classics, I-76, and then we're gonna have to be freestyling about the Jersey Devil.
So I see you got your pick on there, and you got a guitar. Were you going to play a little bit for us?
I figure, yeah. I think last time we were on, we were just getting ready to make the record. I played the first verse of Love from Philly, so let me play the last verse. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yo, Philly, it's pretty early. Yo, you know, I'm on my tour bus now. Previously owned by Darius Rucker, so. Coming live from Darius and his wife's bedroom, okay? Yo, Philly fanatical, professor, tripping daisies with the fun guys, clutch moves since old time, but you keep getting better. You call a cheese whiz when you stack a cheddar. Now don't talk about Geno's or Pots and say you're from Philly with Cherry Hills where you hang your hat. Cause nothing wrong with Jersey, ain't nothing wrong with you sporting that Iverson number 3 jersey. Or better yet, Nick Foles, bust the Philly, and bring that back home. Now don't be greedy, spread a kid love all around the world. Cause of Philadelphia freedom, ring the bell you heard. Love from Philly, love from Philly, love from Philly, love. Yo, I got number love for you.
Yeah.
I like that. Don't say you're from Philly if you hang your head in Cherry Hill.
That's awesome, man.
And again, nothing wrong with New Jersey because, of course, they gave us the Jersey Devil.
The only time I ever tell somebody I'm from Philly is when I'm like away from Philly. Like if I'm in another state or something like that.
It's the easiest for them to process.
It's a lot easier to say than I'm from Broomall. You know?
Nice.
People say like, yo, because people from Philly, no matter where you are around the world, they always talk about being from Philly, and then you be like, so where are you from? You're like, oh, I'm from Cherry Hill. Yeah. I thought you said you're from.
Close enough.
Quite there.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, the gig is tonight at Laguna in Brigantine. It says 5 to 10. That's a pretty.
Yeah.
That's a big
long time.
chunk of time. What time are you guys playing tonight?
7:30. We'll play 2 sets starting at 7:30.
Beautiful. Get outside, go and get your tickets, and you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. Because then after that, you guys are heading down to the Carolinas, I think. So this is your chance to be seen here in the area right now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it should be good times. Come on, come on.
And the new album is called Philadelphia, Mississippi. You can check out Philadelphonic.com, or I'm sure you can grab it wherever you can grab music, anywhere that you get it. So it's good stuff. Gee, always great, man. Have a great gig tonight. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, guys. Have a great day. Thanks so much.
You got it. G Love, ladies and gents. I can't wait to hear that song in its full glory. I mean, we've gotten the Zoom version of it a couple times now.
That's why all your major artists record over Zoom.
Right, or portions of it. But he's great, man. It's nothing but a good time when you hang. The vibe is just all happy.
It's exactly it.
When you're around G Love. So that's great, man.
Yeah, so that's the first song off the album. It's available on iTunes right now, so if you want to check that out.
Okay. What is status on Kreischer? At 9?
At 9. You know what?
We should probably take a break.
Yeah, I was going to text him in a little bit just to make sure he's awake.
Okay.
And just so you guys know, the launch has officially been scrubbed. So the earliest they can do it is Friday, but they might have to replace the entire engine.
What's Chris Evans going to do?
I know, right? Captain America's hanging out there, yeah.
I mean, I don't know why they would send it up now at this point. I mean, I know it's tons of money and work, but it was leaking prior to, and then it's leaking today. Like
I know, but they could have gotten under the hood and maybe tweaked a thing or two.
But they didn't.
My dad is a television repairman.
Yeah. Awesome set of tools. All right, so to try and stay on time for Mr. Kreischer, we will take a break, and we'll come back in a moment. He's calling us from Hawaii.
Nice.
So we'll be back in a second. Stay with us. The music that we've heard so far, very impressive. He had a lot to live up to, and that's another thing. And I'm hoping for the best, because not only is he a young musician trying to make his way, but I need somebody to carry on that Eddie
legacy.
Legacy.
The mantle?
Thank you. Yeah. And that's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure on him, I assume. I'm sure he's gladly going to take this on, but it's got to be a weird position to be in.
Yeah, I would imagine the best thing for him is to acknowledge that and be aware of it, but to just do his own thing, man.
Yeah.
He's his own human being, and like he's got his direction musically. And from what I've seen, it is very different than Van Halen. It's a little bit more, more modern rock, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's fantastic, and I want to see him. I want to check out the band, and I'm going to do everything in my power to not tell him how much your dad meant to me.
I know.
It's hard though, right?
It's going to be impossible, but you know how hard that's going to be to not do. But yeah, I mean, I hope the best for him, and I typically don't get to when we do these festival shows. I typically don't get to them early, but I'm definitely going to come down and check out Wolfie, and I'll probably check out Cheap Trick too, because Xander's a friend and I played with him a bunch of times. And a weird side note for me is that I think the first concert I ever went to was Cheap Trick opening up for Kiss.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah. Like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And so to be on the same bill with them as Cheap Trick and as Jane's Addiction is a pretty big deal for me. Just in terms of having a little personal clash with my own history, I suppose.
Well, Dave, I have to tell you, I had my upper thigh felt at a backyard barbecue to a Cheap Trick song in the '70s. So yes,
I don't know that we can. I don't know that we can top that experience for you.
I mean, that was good.
Hey, Dave,
at least you had that.
I wanted to ask, with the length of time it's been since musicians have had a chance to do live shows. I mean, you can pick up the guitar and you can play it and you can keep your chops going. Just doing a little rehearsing here and there and writing whatever you may be doing. But is there a difference between being, keeping the instrument fresh and being on stage, or do you have to get your stage legs together? Essentially, is what I'm asking.
I mean, I don't know. We've been doing it for so long, and believe it or not, Jane's Addiction has historically taken years off, years of hiatuses, and so we're just coming out of COVID, and it's been a while since we've been on stage, but we are ironically very used to getting back together after years of not doing it. So hopefully we are experienced in trying to make it look seamless once we get back on the stage. But usually when the first downbeat happens and Perry gets into his trip, it's pretty easy to get lost in that environment and just kind of go back to second nature. Yeah. Fortunately, a lot of these songs have been with us for 30 years, so it should be pretty seamless.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. Dave Grohl has this special coming out about the van life, evolutionary period of a band. Was that you guys? Was that Jane's? Were you guys doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. We our first tour was in a van with the entire band and the one crew member that we had and all of our gear in a U-Haul behind us, and like literally taking turns driving and just freezing and sick and hating each other and in close quarters. And when you do get to a motel, you all share a room. Like it was the early days were rough stuff.
Well, I was surprised to find out when Dave is mentioning when Nevermind came out, this album is out. It's starting to hit. They're still in a van traveling to shows. It is, this is a groundbreaking record. This is huge. This is rock and roll history right here. And they're still driving around a van. When Nothing's Shocking, were you guys still doing the van thing when that came out?
I know that we had a couple of tiers. Okay. So we went from a van to what we thought was a great idea, which was a Winnebago.
Okay.
So it wasn't quite a bus. It was a Winnebago. It was literally like a mobile home. And we broke out a window. One of the side windows got shattered somehow. So we were literally touring around the East Coast in the dead of winter.
Oh, no.
With just freezing cold 75-mile-an-hour wind just wafting through the Winnebago.
Did you try to tape up like a trash bag or something?
Well, you try. Yeah, you try everything. And then finally at some point you're like, fuck it, we'll deal with it. We just we just sat there and like dealt with it. But I think that, I think there's something to be said about those old days that like we really, I don't know that we would be the same band without them. We really had to. I mean, there were gigs. We were putting in vans, and we'd pull up to the club, and we would load out and load in our own gear ourselves. So it would be like a Jane's Addiction show. Thank you, good night, and then start winding up cables and putting guitars in cases and trying to push your amp off the stage, get ready for the next band. I really appreciate having had those experiences. As much as I would never want to do them again, I think they really taught us how to be a band.
I was in my 20s. I was a band guy. I'm a drummer, and so just a couple of last year, I was like, I got together with some guys. We created a cover band, and we went out and we played some gigs. And I tell you what, Dave, on that first night, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when we're putting the last bit of crap back into the van, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking, man? This sucks.
It's a little different when you're 17 and you're pushing stuff in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, right now, like my lower spine cannot handle carrying an amp.
It's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Dave, we're able to Zoom with you right now, and looking over your shoulder, is that a cuckoo clock up on the wall? And if so, what's the story behind that?
Actually, there's probably 12 of them in this house. I collect them.
That's cool.
It's just a weird thing. And, you know, cuckoo clocks, when I was a kid, that was like in cartoons, that was the symbol of crazy.
Yeah.
Like if someone was crazy, you'd see a little cuckoo or a bird would come out. And I just kind of came with this whole embracing. I do a company called Dual Diagnosis, which is it's an art/clothing company that's geared at lifting the stigma of mental health issues.
Right.
And you know, there's a whole story behind the cuckoo. I don't know if you know about it, but if you look inside that box, it's all complicated gears and springs and coils and wires. There's this little bird that's trapped in there. It can't fly out because it's held down by these weights.
Yeah.
You see the weights that hang down?
Right.
Which could be, you know, its emotional baggage, for instance. And so until it drops that baggage, it can't fly and reach its full potential.
Wow.
And it's locked in this confusing box that's making it crazy. So, yeah, I collect them, and then we also use them artistically throughout the Dual Diagnosis company, and that's spelled DUAL Diagnosis, and we dualdiagnosis.com.
Well, I never realized there were so many metaphors attached to a cuckoo clock, but I
think that I invented them, but they were.
But that's good. I can completely see that because I'm fascinated by little mechanisms and the artistry of that stuff, animatronic things, and all of that. Have you yourself ever designed a cuckoo clock?
I designed what I called a cuckoo clock wristwatch. Was when I took that clock and I duct taped it on my arm.
Okay, that counts.
This is a crazy watch, but no, I'm not a tinkerer. For instance, I love watches. I love components. I love things that work like that. But I mean, these things, you know, they're kind of genius, and the implications, like the humorous implications that they contain, are kind of funny, and you just don't see them anymore. But if you look around my house, like I think there's one over there.
Yeah.
There's one there. There's one on the other side. So there's like 15 of them in here. But the best part is that they're all set at different times.
Yeah.
So throughout the day, just a different bird is coming out.
That's great.
And it will literally drive you insane. I mean, if you're not insane already, put up 5 cuckoo clocks. You know what it's like.
Yeah, you know, my sister's actually obsessed with cuckoo clocks as well, but she does not have one. Maybe that is a good gift for me to get for her.
It's a great gift, and they you know they make them battery operated now, but the ones that are really special are the ones that are handmade, that use the actual weight system to have the tell time. And even the pendulum has to be hung at the right length. Otherwise, it's going to either tick too fast or too slow.
Okay.
So they're very complicated things, but they are interesting to be obsessed with.
I completely get it. Yeah.
I did not expect to be talking about those.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to expect to talk about this either. Are you wearing a Snuggie right now?
No, right now I am wearing it's like a hooded cape. This is like for outdoors life.
That's pretty
ceremonial outdoor life. And it happens to be 7 a.m. here in LA, and I just happen to be freezing. But I will tell you this, I am not opposed to a straight up Snuggie either.
No, why would you be?
Dave, who would you say between you and Perry, you guys are artists to the core.
Yeah.
Who's a little more quirky in their personality? Is it you or Perry?
We both have a lot of, I guess, independent thought, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I would say that, I would say Perry, just because being a front man of a band like this and having to have that sensibility and be on every night and deliver every night, like I get to turn around and hide behind the guitar and like get lost in my instrument, which I love, because I did a solo tour in 2000, and I just came to learn that I didn't love it. I didn't love leading the band. I didn't love being the lead singer. I didn't love the eyes. I didn't love the pressure. And Perry can do that really well, and he, in fact, loves it. So I would say that there is a component to his personality that allows him to be that extroverted on stage and do it with authority and conviction. So I don't know if I would say he's more quirky, but I would say that he has what it takes to front a band.
Yeah.
Better than most, I would say. And I think along with that kind of mentality, you've got to have some walls down, to allow yourself to be that raw in front of people.
Totally.
And while at the same time having certain walls up. So I think it's a microcosm of some kind of very strange dance that goes into being a lead singer. And, he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best frontmen that have been around in the past 30 years.
Is it hard, speaking to that point about, because you let a lot of you out, with your love of the tattoos and artistry and the cuckoo clocks and things, things that are part of you. Is it hard when you are in the public eye the way you are? And you're talking about Perry being more up front and being the front man, but you are a personality. You are a pop culture personality. Is it hard to know? I'm going to keep this just for me, Do you know what I'm saying? Where you're not always revealing stuff about you.
Oh, no. I mean, things that I like and things that are interesting to me aren't really revealing anything. And those aren't like deep personal issues that whether or not I like cuckoo clocks, I better keep that to myself or I feel exposed.
It's too personal.
Like I don't feel exposed.
Yeah.
But, I've also taken it upon myself, and years ago, I wrote a book and I put out a documentary that were about very difficult things in my life, and I think that the intention and hopefully the joy of that was to help others feel less alone that were in similar situations, whether it's grief or trauma or drug addiction or any of the things that I've been through. I like to share with people that there's an alternative way, and that it is possible to get past that stuff. And even though the demon of addictive behavior may be with you for your life, it's about channeling that addictive behavior into an area that can be healthy for you.
Well, yeah,
So,
I'm sober for 9+ years at this point, and I just know that it was important for me to see and interact with people who were living a sober life, a happy and content sober life. But then there were also other people.
Who knows if that's going to happen or not? But
jumping through hoops.
Listen, I'm gonna just tell you a story about a strip club.
Okay.
And an experience. I think it might have been my 21st birthday. Diamond Cabaret, East St. Louis, Illinois, and the way that the strip clubs work there is a little different than here. The actual dance floor was about, so you sat at the dance floor. So essentially where your arms were resting was on the dance floor.
Interesting.
Okay? So yeah, it was low. The dance floor was low where you could sit. And,
so the chicks were right there.
It came up to about table level. Yeah, so the chicks are right there. So this girl comes up to me as a dancer, and I'll try my best to describe how this act happened. So she gets on her knees in front of me with her butt facing me. Okay. So she's faced away. She's on her hands and knees.
So Greco-Roman.
Yeah. So I'm seeing nothing but butt in front of my face. And she puts her knees up on my shoulder. Okay. and bends her knees. And so now her feet are on the back of my head.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So you see what I'm saying there?
Able to kind of push your head forward.
And then, she would slam my face into her ass repeatedly, like, bang, 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 like that. What?
Why are you telling this
Reed
story?
just brought up the strip club.
I was just saying. So these strip clubs,
and we're
both aficionados.
We have some time to kill.
Yeah.
And so I'll never forget that. And I'm freshly 21. This is my first strip club I've ever been to. And I'm like, this is me. I'm having a good time. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, wait, we're watching a video. Yeah, that's it.
Oh
wow.
That's it. Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep, that's it. That's the move.
Looks like it's still around. The Diamond Cabaret.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I was there. I went there, Preston, and I was in the champagne room, and there was this one chick. All right, she's got like a metal helmet on and a monkey. And the other chick has got this squirt gun filled with hummus.
Huh.
And it was wild, I gotta tell you.
Was Rita Wilson there that night?
Absolutely.
Okay.
She was one of the tub girls.
Oh, my God, I didn't know that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Diamond Cabaret, I'm sure that's still around. PT's is probably around.
I got to tell you, I was crapping chickpeas for a month.
The Red Garter, all those places I bet are still, they're just institutions.
Do you think
in that area?
What are the sad odds that there's someone from when you were going there who still dances there?
No way. No way. But that's where I saw John Goodman with a hooker on his back. No, with a stripper on his back. It was at the Diamond Cabaret.
Imagine if you went back and that dancer who did it to you that night was there.
Mm-hmm.
I remember you.
But I saw John Goodman come out from it was a door behind the bar, and he walks out.
John Goodman.
He's got a stripper a piggyback, and he runs. He's behind the bar, runs the other end of the bar, and there's another door that goes back into a back room. And I'm like, did that just happen?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a cuckoo clock where you see an animal come out and run across and around the front and then back into the clock.
You can't process it.
I was like, did that just? Yes, that just happened. That was John Goodman. And there you go. Now that wasn't on my birthday. That was another night. That was just a bonus night.
Still magical.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, our guest is ready.
Yeah.
Hey.
He's in Hawaii.
I had no faith. I had no faith. I thought there was not a chance.
Kathy had zero faith, and here he is, Birdie Boy. The tour Relapse is coming to the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino on Saturday and Sunday, 8 p.m. both nights. I can't believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, Bert Kreischer is joining us. Bert.
I'm here.
Hey, man.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
No, we can't believe you agreed to do this.
Or 3 o'clock in the morning here in Hawaii.
Yeah. What island are you on, sir?
Wait, there's different islands?
I don't know if you're serious or not.
It's not.
No, I'm in Oahu. I'm on Oahu. We're at Turtle Bay. I shouldn't tell everyone where we are, but we're at Turtle Bay. It's awesome. We went surfing yesterday. Best day of my life.
We saw footage.
Saw the video, dude. You did great.
I was so bald. There's so many pictures that are so horrible in this that I was like, the one video randomly, we met these ladies the night before. It was her birthday, and we ended up partying with them, doing shots, and they shot video of me surfing, and then we saw them later. They're with their husbands. They're like, "Hey, we got a video of you." I was like, "You were videotaping us?" And I was like, "It's okay. I look good. Keep it."
Yeah. No, it is good. So is that a long board? That surfboard seems very long.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's pretty humbling when they're like, "So how much do you weigh?" And you're like, "Well, just what's the biggest board you got?" And they're like, "No, what do you weigh?" And they're like, "Just give me the biggest board you got." So you have a coffee table. You're like, "I'll take that."
Yeah, the coffee table looks good. Is it something you think that you are going to pursue more aggressively? Did you really enjoy it?
It's the whole reason I came down here. This sounds horrible to say, but like literally, I've had a goal, and that was to lose enough weight so that I could stand up on a surfboard. So getting up, I was so fat, I couldn't even get up on a surfboard. I couldn't get my feet underneath me. And so literally, I'm not even joking, I've worked out for the past 3 months just getting to the point where I could get my feet underneath me and stand up on a surfboard. I want to surf so bad. Like be like a guy who gets on a surfboard, goes out on the beach, catches waves. And so I've kind of worked for it. So yes.
That's cool, man.
Answer,
yeah,
yes.
That's cool. Now, obviously, where you live, though, I mean, is it the kind of thing? I mean, would you make special? Because some people just make special surfing trips, surfing vacations. Is that how you'd swing it, or would you wouldn't travel with a board?
No,
yeah.
I would love to make trips. We bought a beach house up in Oxnard, and so we have surfboards. I would love to surf up there, but I got to be honest with you. I kind of feel like I just want it's so funny how many people have offered to take me surfing.
Yeah,
and you're like, I don't want to waste your time, but because it's I don't mind paying someone to sit with me in the ocean and push me in waves, but I look. There's a lot of things I'd like to do and get healthier and do. And surfing is definitely one of them.
All right, cool, man.
Are you gigging while you're there, or is this purely a pleasure trip?
Oh, it's just pleasure. George is here. My oldest Georgia is here. So she goes to college in a month.
Okay.
So I kind of am like using it to write off as a reason we get to hang out and party.
Yeah, you guys were in Europe a little while back as well. So you guys are, definitely getting your family time together. Wait, so she doesn't start college for another month?
Yeah, I know. She's like, it's killing her. Everyone's posting pictures on Instagram of them starting college, and she's got one more month of hanging out with us. She's losing her mind.
Tell us about the Europe trip.
Dude, we had a blast. I realized to myself, I only like my children when they're afraid.
Only when they're afraid. Please explain.
Yeah, I don't like them confident and successful. I like them terrified and unsure of themselves. We went on a Vespa tour in Tuscany, and it was raining, and my girls were terrified, and I loved them. We had so much fun.
Is it easier to control them when they're afraid?
Yeah, I don't like this confident, cocky, arrogant. I got this, Dad. Like when they're afraid, we got caught in a riptide one time, and they were terrified. And I was like, "Finally, you need me."
Yeah, you go from dad to daddy, and that changes things.
Yeah. Oh, it's so great. So they were terrified during a couple times in Europe. Like they got lost in Venice and didn't realize it's an island. You can't go anywhere. You're done. and I love when they're terrified.
I never thought of it that way.
That's cool. Yeah, that is a way to keep them in check.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was the best, man. I wish, like, I wish more people could do a trip like that trip to Europe. And Leanne never spends money, and she like spent money to do the trip, and we had a blast.
That's cool. That's awesome. Are you the kind of guy who's impressed by, say like the Roman Colosseum or museums, or or is it more the Vespa trips around Tuscany?
No, I'm an idiot. Like I didn't know, this is going to sound really bad, but I didn't know there was stuff before Jesus. Like I thought it went dinosaurs, then Jesus, then everything else.
All right. Yeah, there's a pocket in there.
Yeah, like Julius Caesar before Jesus. Did not know that.
You know what? I don't know if I knew that or not.
You knew that.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention
Okay,
to school.
be honest.
Okay.
How many years before Jesus do you think dinosaurs were? Be real.
Probably like 10.
Millions?
Like 300 million.
Yeah, it's like 350 million years.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff before Jesus. It's insane. Here's the other thing that kills me is like Jesus, like everything else, they're like, we've got evidence that Julius Caesar was murdered by the 20 other senators. He was killed here on this date. And then everything else is like, but Jesus, they kind of split the water, and there's kind of this guy. Everything is like,
Moses.
It killed me.
Yeah.
I was like, everything is like definitive. And then when you get to the Bible, they're like, there was like this willy-nilly dude who brought out these things. Dude, I was floored. I couldn't believe how much stuff happened before Jesus.
By the way, Stuff Before Jesus is a good tour name, or a good special name for you.
Yeah.
Well, I was watching a show. I was telling these guys on the History Channel yesterday about the Colosseum and about ancient Rome, and they brought up a point I was unaware of. We see these gladiator fights, and 90% of all gladiator fights did not end in death. It was not a to-the-death thing. That was only for special occasions. So most gladiators survived the Colosseum.
Oh, dude, I know everything about gladiators right now. Did you know there was a gladiator uprising with that guy Spartacus?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Dude, I know everything. And 100% of gladiator fights were really gay. Like they were like they were partying, man. They were like in, dude. I there was like, that's the other crazy thing is like they talked about. I don't want to get too into the weeds about this, but they talked about the things that happened back then. They were very liberal back then.
Yes. Well, you could remember, think of Caligula.
Hey, I wanted to ask, since you're in Hawaii right now, do you take in their history and culture when you visit Hawaii? The aloha spirit and all the things that they talk about when you're there.
Yeah, man, not super colonial friendly. Like it's not the nicest history. We weren't like the best people in America.
But they're not holding it.
Taking in history can be super depressing.
Yeah.
You know that just white people just came down and stole this island, like just stole it, and they were like, "We'll keep this, thank you. We're going to take all your sugar and pineapples. Hey, you guys are going to be a state." And everyone in Hawaii is like, "Huh? What? Okay."
Well, you got to admit, it was a good choice if you're gonna take some land. It's unbelievably gorgeous there.
It is.
Yeah.
So amazing. It is. I'm telling you, this is like the most beautiful state we have.
Mm-hmm.
I love Hawaii, but yeah, I listen to the. It's crazy too. Tons of Mormons here.
Really?
Really?
Hey, did you see the Manti Te'o documentary?
Everyone and their brother. We had Kurt Metzger was through, and who else? Everyone's been talking about this documentary. I was about a second from putting it on yesterday, and I got distracted, but everyone's raving about it.
Oh, my God. It is phenomenal. It is so good where you realize I don't think I understood how no one understood what catfishing was at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is amazing. I actually texted him and told him I was going to be down here. I wanted to podcast with him. I don't think he was going to do my podcast.
No response?
Nothing?
No feedback. A little bit of dark space there.
Well, everyone, for people, and we've mentioned it before, but it was really the first time that I think a lot of us were exposed to the concept of catfishing, and he earnestly believed he was corresponding with or communicating with this woman.
Mm-hmm.
It turned out to be a guy who was now has transitioned, but and it was this whole elaborate thing that everyone, day to day, everyone was going, "What? What's this new element of the story?" It was crazy.
Yeah, I didn't realize that everyone. I mean, I kind of remember that a little bit. I am not. That wasn't like a huge part of my life.
Right.
I didn't realize that everyone just assumed he was gay.
Yeah.
And then called him gay and said, "You should just come out of the closet." How horrific for a dude of faith that is literally still a virgin, I think, than to go from, like faith, like just like whatever, believe in your faith, and then all of a sudden the world just assumes, oh man, that
right, all false assumptions.
He was a victim like 1,000 times over in 1,000 different ways, and really, it totally sucks. And then he loses the Heisman to Johnny Manziel of all people,
Dude, I still can't believe Johnny Manziel isn't playing football like those guys. I can't believe Jared had sex with kids. Can you believe?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Well, we had him on the show a number of times.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that Jared had like if you tell I really honestly, because he was such a dude you saw all the time. And he legit had sex with kids.
He was the everyman. In fact, they had actually disconnected from that ad campaign, and then out of a nostalgic sort of thing, they brought it back. They reactivated Jared, and then all hell broke loose. And if you remember, that audio got out of him, I guess the undercover sting that nailed Jared. It was him soliciting for. Oh, it was horrible, just horrible.
I don't know how we went from Johnny Manziel to Jared, but
he was just as surprised
Yeah.
as Johnny Manziel getting the the Heisman.
You know what else
is a good barometer.
You know what else you're going to be surprised about, Bert, is how much Atlantic City looks like Hawaii.
You're gonna love
Oh
it.
yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to see how identical Hawaii and Atlantic City are.
I have a feeling, though, Atlantic City speaks to you in a number of different ways, the things you're into.
I love Atlantic City. I love the idea of tapping out. Like when you go to a place like Atlantic City, you are off the map. You are like, I'm off the grid. We're here to party.
Yeah.
Like my favorite thing are I love all of that. Like the idea that you can put on nice clothes, go to dinner, gamble, get a good night's sleep, and you're not on the grid for like taking care of your kids. I love that, man.
You're absolved of taking care of your family. No, it's true. That's you need to have those places that remind you to disconnect, and AC does a great job of it.
It's such a cool Atlantic City is like Orlando to me. Like Orlando never felt like a place anyone should live. Like I'm always shocked people live in Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Well, the last time we
I'm shocked
talked,
people live in LA these days with all the homeless people, but keep going.
no, the last time we talked to you, I mean, you're a surfer now, and that's what you're up to. But the last time we talked to you,
It's what I do. It's what I do. It's my lifestyle.
But you were all about disc golf, and we were trying to, maybe have you and Preston play disc golf when you came down here this upcoming weekend. Are you still a disc golfer?
I'm pretty big into the sport, I mean, I'm one of the celebrity ambassadors.
Dude, I played it for the first time just a few weeks ago. It's freaking hard, man.
Oh, it really is. When you look at like people that are really good, it is impossible.
Yeah.
I think I've thrown my elbow and shoulder out playing disc golf. I haven't played since I've been off the road. It's more like I don't know if it's the same, but disc golf is a lot like pleasing yourself.
Okay.
Disc golf is like pleasuring yourself?
Yeah, I do it. I only do it on the road. If my wife's around, I don't do it as much.
Well, for this, it's not like a frisbee, right? Is it? More,
it is, but it's heavier. They have different weights and sizes for the different shots you want to take.
Which would be the equivalent of your golf clubs.
Golf clubs, yeah. And they take different shapes when they fly, and so
Right.
I found it, and my freaking shoulder was killing me when I got done with that, man.
Oh man, my shoulder's been killing me so bad. By the way, from surfing, my stomach, from laying on my stomach, I don't lay on my stomach very often.
All right.
My stomach is on fire.
Yeah, you got to wear
from the friction, from rubbing up against it.
Just everything, every part of it. My ankle hurts. My whole body hurts.
Yeah.
Like I don't normally use my body the way I do. Like, you ever use your body a little bit, and you're like, oh, my God, I think I'm dying.
Yeah,
my stomach is on fire. My ankle hurts. My neck hurts. I was going to throw up coffee the entire time.
So I mean, obviously you see in any surfing movie, and I love watching, surfing movies. It goes back to the Endless Summer. But, I mean, the move is to from a laying down position, vault up onto your feet.
Pop.
Right?
Pop up, yep.
Yeah, I do more of a 4-point approach to that. I get up on my hands, scoop my knees underneath me, pull one foot out, then the other foot, and then stand up and then readjust. I wish I could just pop up.
I find harder than that is the paddling to get moving before the wave comes along. Like I'm going nowhere. I'm paddling as hard as I can. I'm going nowhere.
I saw a video of me paddling, and I thought I was paddling into waves. I didn't realize the guy was behind me, pushing me into the waves.
That's what they do. They give you a little push.
Well, also know that when you're paddling out, that's when you look most like a seal from the attacking shark below.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. There's a couple times I was so exhausted. I was like, please bring a shark. That would be great.
End it now. Wow. All right, well, listen.
Dude, the best is the guy would put his foot on top of my board and drag me out paddling, and I just would stop paddling and be like, "Yeah, you're like a caddy. Keep going."
Why not? You got him there using him. Well, listen, man, we'll let you get back. I can't believe you were up. Kathy had zero faith in you being available.
Sorry.
At this time, but we were holding fast. I can't believe you're up at 3 a.m., 3:20 now, talking to us in Hawaii. But you do have gigs coming up in AC. By the time you get back, the jet lag should be wearing off, and I'm sure you'll be in fine form for the folks in Atlantic City.
I can't wait for Atlantic City. I love you guys. Thanks for letting me call in. I appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
We love you, buddy. All right, thank you. Bert Kreischer gets some sleep in Hawaii. He is in touch with us as we speak. Headed to the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. 8 p.m. both nights, Saturday and Sunday. You can get tickets at bertbertbert.com. And Bert is spelled B-E-R-T, mind you. So,
what is one of the great theme songs of all time?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. And listen, Hawaii's my favorite place in the world.
Is it?
I wish it to every single person listening now. If you haven't had a chance to go there, I know it's expensive. It's a far way off. It's a pipe dream for some people. I hope that someday you get to go. There's so many cool things about it. It's just absolute paradise. But I mean, and I've done like Caribbean trips and things like that, and Mexico and stuff. I just think it all pales in comparison to Hawaii.
It's a different because it's volcanic, or at least obviously volcanic, a result of that. It again, Oahu and the Big Island, they're all just amazing.
Well, and it's also, since it's U.S. territory, that's one of the great things too, is because all this stuff now you get local fare and all that, but the food is a lot of that is imported from the mainland. Okay. And so I think the quality that you get is different than in some Virgin Island, you
can get
territories
McNuggets
and things like that. You can get McNuggets if you need them bad. But it is just, I can't think of any place that it's like, where in the world would you like to go? I'm like, take me back there.
Well, the first time you see it, I remember and my father had flown so many miles for work that he had these points, and that's the first time that I was able to get there. And you step off the plane, and you're like, oh my God, it does look like Hawaii.
Now, I haven't been to some of these really awesome places in like Spain, like Kathy has been, or Greece, like Marissa, but I just, something about that.
You've been everywhere, man.
I've been everywhere. Kathy, what's the most favoriteest place you've ever been to?
Oh, probably Capri or Portofino.
Okay.
Both in Italy, yeah.
Yeah.
I was at Portofino in Universal Studios.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that a hotel or?
It is a hotel.
Okay.
Portofino. And it's set up to look like that, to some extent.
Yeah, to some extent. That was the most beautiful place. And then, Capri was beautiful as well, but we stayed in a hotel that was set inside of a mountain, so it was just it was amazing.
If you go to Epcot, you can do all those countries in
in one day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You go there and you take pictures, you become an influencer, and next thing you know, you're riding high.
What about the dessert? Is that what you went to Epcot for? Was the dessert?
Oh, yeah.
What was the name of that dessert?
Artisan glacé. It was a croque de glacé or something.
Croque glacé?
Yeah, I don't know. Nick, you speak the language. It's a brioche with ice cream. Sweet brioche with ice cream. It was just
and it's like they put it in like a press and heat it, and it's a lot of yummy goodness. I had mentioned influencers.
Yes.
There's a new survey from Higher Visibility that shows 1 in 4 members of Gen Z want to be influencers.
So 25% of Gen Z wants to be an influencer.
What's Gen Z again? Remind me.
A good question.
People born in the last week.
Nick, would you mind looking up what years people had to be what?
No, I'm just.
I just heard yin, yin, yin.
I should.
Born in 97 to 2012.
97 to 2012.
What generation would Forrest Gump be?
He would have been a
boomer, right?
Gen A. Gen A. I think.
Is that what you were going for? Wow.
You've told that same joke on the air before.
Has he? Yes.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I just fist bumped him for that. So anyhow, apparently a quarter of them want to be influencers. 16% of those surveys said that they would pay money to become an influencer.
Isn't that...
You're supposed to make money being an influencer. A total of 1,000 individuals in the U.S. between ages 16 and 25 completed the survey in July of this year, Results varied slightly by region. More than 40% of respondents in the West said they want to become a social media influencer, compared with 33% in the Midwest, 36% in the South, and 39% in the Northeast.
Interesting. There's something sort of poignantly, heartbreaking when you look at someone and they have a YouTube channel or like they have like 9 followers. Hey guys.
Yeah. You feel bad. Hey guys.
I mean, yeah.
You know,
They're trying.
They're
trying to build.
Yeah.
And you
How
never know when
many-
something might hit.
How many followers do you need in order to like actually become an influencer?
An influencer? Well, there's certain.
It's 10,000 if you want to start
Monetize?
To get, to
Right.
monetize and for Instagram
Really?
for Instagram.
For Instagram, okay.
To view you and I guess view you as an influencer and also to get like paid partnerships, not like somebody just
collab?
posting and saying like, oh hey, I got my shirt here. It's for Target to actually pay you to post.
I see, because I'll watch some of the ones that I see pop up, like really gorgeous models and things like that, and they've got fewer than I have, and I'm like, wow, okay.
Yeah, but you're not like hustling to do it. You know what I mean? Like these guys are hustling, and I
barely
wouldn't
use it
even
at
know where
all.
to start. Like, how do I get Ryobi to give me a rider mower? That's what I want.
I think you have to say it on air, and then trade that for free advertising.
Well, Bill will let you if you want to do side
Oh,
deals.
is that right? Side deals?
And
All
give
right.
away free commercials.
All you have to do is say something on air, and you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ever follow somebody and then realize that like they're like in our area?
I haven't. Kathy, you have though. There's somebody from Conshohocken. You're a
you're a TikTok
fan.
guy, right?
Yeah. Is there a TikTok dude that you met over in Conshohocken or something?
Oh, no. But he's not from here. He just happened to be here, and I ran into him. No, he lives in New York now, but he's originally from I think Boston.
All right.
There was a gal. Hang on, I'm looking her up right now. That I saw. It just popped up. You know how like they like suggest people you should follow or to check out. And I clicked on this gal. She had like a stunningly beautiful, hard body, like ripped abs and all this stuff. And I'm looking at the pictures, and she's from Philadelphia. And I'm like, what?
Wait a second.
What?
So how many followers? Less than you?
47,000. Yeah.
All right. So
her name is Emily Fenton, online coach and fitness trainer.
Why don't you collab?
I know I'm not collabing. I have nothing to collab about. Wait, I was saying, I think I'm going to be collabing soon.
Oh yeah.
Who you collabing?
Oh, yeah. Yes, the
Pickle Festival,
Fishtown Pickles. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to collab with them. Yes, I am. That's a little tease.
pickle collab
for what's coming up down the road.
Ooh.
I'm gonna start calling it clabbing instead of collabing because it just sounds better. Don't you think? Clabbing, CLABBING.
All right, that's cool.
Not really.
I'm gonna start
Sounds like
my own
crabbing.
thing. Yeah.
You're going to start your own thing?
Yeah.
Clabbing?
Speech impediment. I'm going clabbing.
I don't go far.
You're going clabbing.
Coabbing. So anyhow, results varied slightly by region, like I said. Broke it down further. Data showed 41% of New York Gen Zs intend on becoming an influencer in the future, while about 30% from Los Angeles also feel the same way.
So it's funny because I forget who we were talking to, but teachers notice that how many of their students are really committed to becoming influencers and thinking that social media is going to be the revenue generating career. There's
it's
so
much more
many.
But it's much more of a possibility now than it was before.
Yeah, very much so. And
Yeah.
but I still liken it to the entertainment industry.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can try it. The overwhelming majority of people don't make it,
Yeah, they're
but
super
some
successful.
do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And or you can carve out kind of a supplemental career,
a sub-collab,
if you will. No, something that can add to your already full-time job that you do. That
as a cottage.
that you get a little bit going on, like your jewelry line, Kathy.
But what about it?
That it's like it's supplemental. This is your
totally.
job.
Oh, yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
not something you could fall back on and live off of if you were, fully independent and this is what you relied on your income to be.
Well, that's not true. That's the reason I did it, so that.
So you're making that much money.
Well, I'm not now because I have a full-time
Do
job.
you want some free commercials?
But I'm setting myself up so that when this is all over, I have something to fall back on, and that I can do it and can do it full time and make a career out of it.
Okay,
she's
So
got
make sure you follow me on Instagram, Kathy Romano Collection.
Subscribe.
QVC. You got to get on QVC.
Smash it.
Man, I spoke to a couple people at QVC, and we were like, but I'm not, I don't have the means yet. You have to have, because they sell, thousands and thousands of items. So you have to, you have to be fully set up.
You need a sweatshop.
Basically, you need a manufacturer. Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
So if you know a manufacturer, you can email me or you can message me on Instagram.
That's too much responsibility for me.
You guys remember that hot sauce guy that I was the executive vice president for marketing? He shut that down.
Really?
What about the velour?
The marketing was terrible.
Velour guy is also in a holding pattern.
Really?
Steve. Yeah.
Well, that was a home run.
What was
Our
it?
velour tracksuits.
The velour
The
tracksuits.
velour.
But again, going back to what you were saying before, Preston, the hot sauce guy, it was a side project for him. He has another job. The velour guy, he's a lawyer. So these things were fun for them on the side. And then once they stop when they're too much damn work, then they kind of fold. Or if they're not selling enough.
Is there a hot sauce velour crossover that's we're missing here?
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Hey, my daughter made her own hot sauce over the weekend. Did I tell you guys about that?
No.
Of course I didn't. Yes.
You need to market it under the My Daughter's Own brand, right?
So
My Daughter's Own brand.
we have a raised flower bed or gardening bed, and she grew these little tiny chiles,
Right.
and made her own little hot sauce with it. It was basically only a ramekin full of it, but it was still pretty good, and it's fairly easy to make.
Okay, so is she now going to look to grow more and then try to, make more than that?
Probably not.
Okay.
No.
Well, that's going to be key in growing your business.
Yeah.
If you have a genuine desire to not grow it, that's going to stand in your way.
By the way, when queried, the majority of respondents guessed the average yearly income of an influencer, I remind you, these are Gen Zers guessing this, was they thought between $75,000 and $100,000.
Okay.
Wow.
And then, do you have the actual figure there?
No, I
Average?
don't. No.
I'm going to guess the actual. I'm going to put it in the 5 range, $5,000.
$5,000
5 to 10
a year.
If you consider the vast majority.
The average yearly income, as opposed to the ones that make the big bucks.
Right.
But that's what you're saying. That's what the ones that make the big. That's
No. These are just
This is what they perceive.
It says the majority of respondents guessed the average
that's what they guessed.
average yearly income of an influencer between $75,000 and $100,000. Unfortunately, I don't have any hard numbers for you here. When ZipRecruiter, here we go. Seeking annual salaries. The majority of influencer salaries currently range between $39,000 to $62,000.
That's a
with
lot.
top earners making $87,500 annually across the United States. I thought it was a lot lower.
So did I.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
I wonder if there are various parameters in that. So, you know what? I wonder what the OnlyFans average is, because
that's a good question.
That bad baby, that idiot from Dr. Phil.
Yeah. Makes millions, right?
She made $1 million in 2 days signing up on OnlyFans.
Yeah. All you have to do is be a hardcore idiot. And
it's really easy, Preston. All you got to do is show your beaver.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. I don't really understand how they're making that much money though.
Some top OnlyFans earners get around $100,000 per year or more. However, on average, a content creator gets $150 to $180 per month.
That seems inverse of what I've heard.
Well, there are top end people who make a lot of money, but they are not the average. They're not even close to the average. If you have, if you have good content and you generate good content, no matter what that content is, it can be R-rated or X-rated, you're gonna have people subscribe to you. But even then, you better put out something that people want to keep coming back for. It's good content always rises to the top.
What about in the case of the influencers? There's got to be a ton of hustle involved.
Yeah,
right?
but you can't just be an influencer and say that that's what your job is. You have to be an influencer with something in particular that you're actually using to influence, right? You have a product that you're talking about, or if Kathy Romano were a jewelry influencer, she could highlight her own jewelry and then talk about Fendi or other products that might fall in the same universe. But I think just to be a quote unquote influencer, you have to have something that you're actually talking about. You know what I mean?
Well, and I also, there's a travel influencer that I follow, and she reviews all of these hotels and resorts. She goes to some pretty amazing exotic places, but I guess when I watch her, I just think, oh, she's getting this for trade. So she's making the video, and they're giving her the room or a couple of days there. But if the average influencer is making that much money, that would mean that she's probably going there and getting paid to make that video and post it.
So how do you think the chronology rolls out? Does she go to a company and have sort of a what they call like a sizzle reel of stuff that she's done and say, okay, I'll create this content and you send me around, or it still seems like it's.
I think you come up with the content first. Like you start building your quote unquote reel by traveling a lot and writing about it and posting interesting things online on Instagram or wherever.
And they come to you.
And then eventually, if you're good at it and you're posting good content, good videos, good photos, and Steve on top of it, you got to be like a decent writer or a decent presenter.
Right.
Because otherwise, if you're boring and you're just putting up cool photos, you're not going to be a really good influencer.
So I've got like over 50,000 on my Instagram. So let's say I just wanted to, I don't know, try out golf clubs or something like that. That I might be able to.
I think you could
work some kind of a deal because it's under my name. It has nothing to do with the radio station. It's my personal account.
You better watch it.
I know. I couldn't promote it on this radio program, which I don't really anyway. But
no.
I don't know. I don't know how all that works.
But you would have to start putting if you chose to go that route, right? Like you would start to have to create content on your Instagram page, Preston, that was mostly about golf.
Yeah.
And right now you don't focus a lot of your time or energy on Instagram because guess what? You have another job where most of your energy
it's
goes.
impossible. I mean, that's why as you were saying before, the two people you mentioned who's the hot sauce and the velour didn't quite come to fruition because they have full-time jobs.
Right.
Yep.
Like on the radio.
Over a quarter of individuals also said they regularly post on social media with the intent to gain followers, while 35% of men report caring about their follower account compared to 31% of women. And this is interesting because notably, the survey revealed that more men at 20% than women, 13%, feel being an influencer is the only career option for them.
That's sad.
And 49% of males said they consider the path a good career choice. Interesting. By the way, you know what I'm tired of seeing?
What?
People working out.
I know, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Like people that...
Stop it.
That aren't even personal trainers or fitness models or something like that. They just show them...
What is that about?
Exercising. I don't know.
Unless you're dazzling, you know.
Yeah.
It seems like this most narcissistic...
It's the thing that I skip over the quickest when I see people doing exercise routines. I'm like, I don't want to work out.
There are so many non-talent. I mean, literally, there. So much like of TikTok. There's so much of TikTok that is simply mouthing dialogue from movies. But yet.
I hate that too.
Yeah,
mouthing the and they're not. It's not movie dialogue. Sometimes it's a clip from another TikTok video that they took the audio of somebody just saying something like, I got big D energy, or whatever, and I'm like,
okay,
I don't get it.
What's going on here?
I don't know. Anyway, somebody had a great idea for me being an influencer.
Okay,
something unique and different, and will kill two birds with one stone.
What?
Me playing various drum kits, different, brands.
Yeah.
With different brand golf clubs. Using them as the drumstick.
Yes. That's an angle.
I'll guarantee you no one's done that before.
That is an angle.
You should probably do it on the beach in Hawaii.
Yes. Yes. With using a different air carrier each time and staying in a different hotel.
Oh, my God.
Beach in Hawaii.
I can't believe I'm back at the Marriott.
I like where this is going. We need to put everything you love together in one thing. So all various things.
We've been on the air forever, and we have yet to convince any one of the major amusement parks in Florida to allow us to come down to their pre-designed
we can't
media radio
crap.
studios that are designed exactly for that.
Meanwhile, Susie Cream Cheese has a residency there.
At the Falcon in Arkansas.
No, that's not true,
Does
though.
2 weeks.
They would
and then before she leaves, they give her a drum kit and a full set of golf clubs.
By the way, Susie Cream Cheese is a name that Bill makes up when he's talking about other radio personalities. I don't know. Is it Susie Cream Cheese in the morning?
Brings the ha-ha.
But that's what I think it's him that stops it. It's not
No, he'd actually be, Bill would support that. It's just we can't I guess.
I don't know about that.
They would totally
he
have
would be
us down
fine
there.
if it you know,
They
if it
can
makes
accommodate
sense.
us.
No.
I don't know. When we've mentioned him before, he said things like, well, what are you going to talk about? How great the roller coaster is, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
How does that relate to the
We're going
listeners?
to talk about it. And we in fact, we will probably missed a few days because we're having so much fun.
Yeah. Well, people do have their eyes on this as a vocation.
Yes.
Gen Z, I mean, a quarter of them feel that being an influencer is the way to go for a full-time job.
I'm beginning to think that eventually we'll hit a point at which there's such a glut of influencers that by sheer you'll just become overly cynical about everything you're hearing. It's a new way to transmit this information for a lot of people. It's like, oh, well, this person I seem to align with is telling me this. But you remember years ago, Kim Kardashian got in trouble because she was failing to reveal this arrangement that she'd had as an influencer. And so I'm just mentioning these products by happenstance, and then the whole notion of the influencer became an issue.
Yeah, exactly. And then it was like, okay, it almost kind of, I guess, legitimized it a little bit more.
It did,
you
yeah,
know?
sadly.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
All right, anyhow, something to think about, friends. All right, let's take a break and come back in a moment and get ready for the BFL. By the way, and I'm sure we've got all our participants ready to go, but just a reminder, because the clock is ticking. We only got about 15 minutes left on the deadline. If you want to enter in the presidency battle of the self-proclaimed experts, which we are going to conduct on Thursday, it's the Always Sunny in Philadelphia edition. And up for grabs is a meet and greet and VIP setup for the Always Sunny podcast, which is going to be September 19th at the Met.
Yes.
So if you know everything about that show and are better than anyone else that we might put you up against, we want to hear about it, and you just need to tell us why. Send the information to us via PrestonandSteve.com. You can click on it, and the deadline is at 10 a.m., so in just a few minutes. So just giving you a last-second warning in case you have that all set up, ready to go, and haven't sent it in yet. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and Bizarre File stories are on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
One of them, I'm a fish head. He had been sober for a couple of years at that point. When I saw, I'm like, okay, here's somebody that's doing it, and I was able to gain strength through them. And so when you do that and you're outspoken about whatever struggles that you have gone through, there are people out there that really do hold on to that and gravitate towards that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say is that, the company I'm running, Dual Diagnosis, is all about mental health. I put out a book that was about my drug addiction. I put out a film that was about my mom's death. It does resonate with a lot of people sometimes, if they've got similar circumstances. But, at the same time, I'm not a doctor. And so those people will come to me personally and say, I'm going through this and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, look, I already told you what I went through and how I dealt with it, but I can't advise, like a doctor would. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's, you need to find a team of your own. But I think that that's not the tough part. I don't really think there is a tough part to it. I think that as long as you're comfortable with who you are and what you've been through and that, behaviors can change.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's all we're doing. Like, I may not be doing drugs anymore, but now I'm in line at 1 a.m. at GameStop waiting for the next thing to come.
Dude, all right. Yes, that's exactly. That is the right way to think about it. We all have the same doctor. He's kind of he's on TV in here in Philadelphia, and he says, if I have to, I will write you a prescription for a video game because that's the stuff. To get that joy of something that doesn't have, like you say, you're not smoking crack. This is something you're into.
That's not going to kill you.
Exactly. That you can get passionate. Like, I love living through other people's passions, and it excites me to revisit my own. Your cuckoo clock thing, or just the different things you talk about. That to me is something that people, they sometimes seem reticent to allow themselves. Well, it's just crazy. Should I really collect that, or is that do it? Because we just don't think that way a lot of times.
Well, ultimately, we're all here for however long we're here, and we are ultimately going to dissolve into the universe or whatever happens.
Right.
So, do what you love, as long as it's not hurting anybody else or yourself.
Yep.
Like, there's really, that this life was given to us for us to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I really feel strongly about that. And frankly, one of the things that I enjoy about life most is being able to perform with this band, and like to come out and do that with you guys is what is that, the 25th, September 25th?
Correct.
I'm super pumped about that, and that's, I wouldn't be able to do that had I stayed on the path I was on.
Right.
So it's all, to me, it's all, this, I'm in the bonus round.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
I unlocked the little part of the game that allowed me to play in another room.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Dave, we're all excited about that as well. I wanted to ask, so every Tuesday we do a thing, it's called Tat Tuesday, and we give away a free tattoo every single Tuesday. And as a result, we used to do it here in the studio, and as a result, we've had several contestants and winners of Ink Master in our studio actually administering tattoo, which is really cool. Is Ink Master coming back to Paramount Plus by any chance? Do you know?
You know what? I honestly don't know. I heard that they were picking it up. That was the last I heard of it. The only thing that I can assume from not hearing anything is that they're rebooting it with a new cast. That's all I know.
That's all you know? All right.
In fact, I don't even know that because there's been very little dialogue. So I hear that Paramount Plus is going to pick it up. I guess they started a new streaming service.
Yep.
And, but I don't know. But I will tell you what's very funny about that is that Ink Master was a show that, it was on 10 years ago. It's hard to believe it was a decade ago that started, and we did 13 seasons. And then during the pandemic, Paramount sold a couple of seasons to Netflix. So now it's on Netflix, but these are old episodes.
Right.
But what that did was that opened us up to a whole new audience that had never seen us. And I started getting messages from people who were angry at me for certain people who got sent home 10 years ago.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Like they thought
it's
it
just
was
now. Yeah.
Fuck you for sending Josh home. He was the one. Like, how dare you? I'm like,
oh my
who's
God.
Josh? I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great.
But people get very passionate about that. I hope that when you give out tattoos, is there one artist that you use, or is there a resident artist? Or
yeah.
There's a shop.
Yep.
Yeah, one shop, several artists within that shop, and there's a guy named Troy here who is he's a big name in the tattoo industry in Philadelphia. Actually, he is responsible for a lot of the tattoo conventions all across the country.
Yep.
So he has a lot of guys and he's also super generous. So
do they get to decide what they are getting, or does it have to be a WMMR?
They have to include
on the throat.
They have to include us in there somewhere, and it can even be very, very subtle. That's all that we ask. So
right.
Yeah.
That's nice.
The rabbit in the Playboy cover. It can be very discreet. So yeah.
Some are more subtle.
Do you
than
want to know
others.
something funny about this? Do you see this?
Yeah. That's the Playboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a quick story. I was doing an interview with Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner was talking about how the bunny, well, first of all, it started out, it was a stag. It was supposed to be a cartoon of a stag.
Right.
And the night before the release, he couldn't sleep. And he got up in the middle of the night and called the designer and said, I hate the stag. You got to come up with something else. So they scrambled at all hours of the night and landed on this bunny, which then became the most iconic thing, in terms of branding.
Wow. Huge.
And he went ahead to tell me that it is probably the #1 most tattooed logo of all time.
The Playboy bunny.
I believe it.
Wow.
And so at that moment, I said, has anybody in the history of tattooing this bunny asked you for permission? And he said, no, actually, nobody's ever asked. And I said, well, then let me be the first. Is it okay with you if I get the bunny tattooed? And he said, absolutely. So I have the one and only Hugh Hefner sanctioned.
Wow.
I wouldn't have gotten this otherwise. But the fact that, what do I care? But the fact that Hugh sanctioned it and gave me the okay, and it's the only one that exists that's like that, was pretty special.
That's awesome.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty
That's
cool.
awesome. Excellent. Dave, we're really excited. Not only that you guys are playing the show, but that you took the time to join us on the program this morning. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man. I'm looking forward to being out there. And are you guys going to be at the show?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. I would not miss your guys' set. So
We'll come back and say hello, will
Okay,
you?
for sure. Absolutely. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
Dave.
guys.
We'll see you in September. Dave
Pleasure.
Navarro, guys. How about it? Wow.
What a nice
He's
guy.
awesome. Super nice guy. And I bet you He could point to every single tattoo and tell a story like that as well.
What you're playing right here, I remember, Preston, when I first heard this song, I was like, what's
Whoa!
that?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. Hey, the Oscars were last night. How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher.
Yay!
It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
It was going to be a biology incredible motion picture experience.
Wow, great. And there was no wrap-up music. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen, I mean, he was the star of the film.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see it. Think of a Nomad Land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
the length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
they don't. They live like a year.
They don't.
Really? Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the movie
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All right,
well,
I'm
maybe
gonna
it was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting longer lives.
See, he
One-
could still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an actor. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter, Gigi Hadid's daughter, Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
That told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
Breaking news.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
in a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away in a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds, like African grays and so on, can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But I
They
didn't think
usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathed
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tour, said Divinity's beautiful coup has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime. It was awesome.
Yeah, and his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of While My Guitar Gently Weeps from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or a
yeah. You would not.
like
you would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So yeah, I would
Elevator
love to go
inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which, according to reports, were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Alrighty, brought to you this morning by DryTech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold. With DryTech Waterproofing Solutions, Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. So go to drytech.corp. drytechcorp.com. There we go. All right, let's go with this one. At a border crossing between the United States and Mexico, border officials said they found 60 reptiles in an Oxnard man's pockets in February.
What the hell's going on here?
60 of them.
And they were alligators, right?
Well, he said they were his pets.
Okay.
6 months later, the man, Jose Manuel Perez, pleaded guilty to smuggling more than 1,700 wild animals into the U.S. over a 6-year period.
Gosh, he's got a lot of pets.
He faces a maximum of 20 years in federal prison for each smuggling count, and up to 5 years for wildlife tracking.
I know how he gets, though, because it's the same with me. When I travel, I'll stuff my cats down my pants.
Oh, yeah.
Perez, who also went by the alias Julio Rodriguez, used social media to arrange his smuggling operation between January 2016 and February 2022, which focused primarily on smuggling reptiles into the U.S. from Mexico and Hong Kong.
There's no way most of these things don't die in transit.
Steve, the reptiles do include baby crocodiles.
There you
go. Yucatan box turtles, Mexican bearded lizards, and many more animals.
And lot lizards.
Perez did not declare the animals to U.S. Customs officials or obtain any unnecessary permits required under the international treaty. Instead, he boasted on Facebook about his trips to Mexico, where he gathered reptiles and posted photos and videos to potential buyers.
Is he a reptile smuggler influencer?
Maybe he is. He also used several accomplices as part of his operation who were paid a crossing fee whenever they smuggled the animals across the border. He also used his sister's PayPal account and had the animals shipped to his home under his mother's name. But it's unclear if his mother was involved in the operation or not. But they caught him with 60 in his pants at the time.
It's insane.
It's crazy. I love it when crazy racist people get owned. So I dig this story. A man has been convicted of a federal hate crime over a highly dangerous and racially motivated road rage attack on a black man who was driving with his girlfriend and daughter last summer. A guy named Jordan Patrick Lehigh was found guilty. The conviction comes as a double loss for Lehigh because the man he attacked was a trained mixed martial artist who easily subdued him and kept him in a chokehold until the authorities arrived.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah. He apparently willfully intimidated his victim, who was identified in court papers only as JT. So as the family traveled home from dinner, Lee Hay zoomed up beside TJ's car, hung out his window, and made a gun gesture with his hands. While making the gesture, he yelled racial slurs at JT and then swerved into the lane. When the man tried to escape by driving away, Lee Hay aggressively tailgated JT and then pulled alongside him again and swerved aggressively into his lane, forcing him to swerve into a turn lane. As he did so, Lee Hay's car swiped JT's car. The vehicles did not fully collide, but the driver's side mirror of JT's car was hit. Lee Hay then drove away. Well, JT realized that he had been the victim of a hit and run and was intent on getting the license plate. So he went after her and tried to photograph it for the police. After catching up to the defendant, JT used his cell phone to take the license picture. Lee Hay got out of his car and aggressively made for JT's vehicle. And JT was concerned Lee Hay might have had a gun and told his girlfriend to call police. And he got out to protect his family. The two met beside the car. When they did, Lee Hay was first the aggressor, saying something to the effect of F-U, N-word. Lee Hay tried to strike JT with a closed fist. JT, martial artist, slipped the blow and punched Lee Hay twice. JT then caught Lee Hay in a chokehold and held him until he passed out and restrained him until the county deputies arrived. When they did arrive on the scene, Lee Hay made several statements to indicate that he was motivated by anti-black bigotry, telling law enforcement black people need to be, quote, kept in their areas. Well, he now faces 10 years in federal prison.
Oops.
What do you think that
Bye-bye.
the odds are when he gets out, they both become best of friends and star in an 80s sitcom?
Maybe so.
Yeah.
You never know. A registered sex offender on probation for trying to buy a child for $200,000 in 2018 is back behind bars, accused of trying to buy another child.
Dear God.
85-year-old Helmuth Kolb of Port Orange was arrested Thursday after the incident at a local Winn-Dixie store.
All right. How much for a dwarf?
So Lauren Bennigan says that she thought Kolb was just a lonely old man when he first eyed her and her playful 18-year-old daughter inside the store. She said he just came up and he started making comments about how pretty she was and how good her dancing was and how he could never have children and he wanted children. Mother and daughter went on their way and happened to be leaving the store through one of the exits as Kolb was coming out another. She said he approached me in the parking lot, actually chased me down in the parking lot and said, "Hey, I want to make a deal with you. I'd like to buy her for $100,000.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
She said,
Would that be okay?
I was in complete shock. Kolb was arrested for violating his probation, and a judge has ordered he be held without bond. Kolb had been serving 5 years probation for grabbing another child in a local Walmart in 2018, kissing her wrist and offering to buy her for $200,000.
All right. Forget that. I'll give you $30 if you poop in his cup.
Police say when they questioned Kolb about offering to buy Benning's daughter, Kolb laughed and then said, we all like kids.
Oh, my God.
Don't we all?
Dear God.
He's actually a sweet old man.
Kolb was registered as a sex offender after the 2018 incident, and the terms of his probation.
I want to have a relationship with children, huh?
The terms of his probation include no contact with minor children other than family and must be accompanied in malls and big stores like Winn-Dixie. Kolb was alone when he approached Benning and her daughter. Benning says she doesn't know what's wrong with the suspect, but said that there's no question something wrong with him. Benning says her daughter is okay, but she's really shaken up by the bizarre encounter. She told her mother she doesn't want to go to grocery shopping anymore.
No, I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, screw
that guy came up and tried to buy me.
All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we will wrap up. A mom in Canada said she was charged over $8,000 by a car rental company, which claimed that she drove in 3 days. 22,369 miles, about the entire distance of the Earth's circumference. A little short of it, but
she must have been hauling ass.
And now the mom has been advising people to think twice about using car rental company Express Services thanks to her unfortunate experience. Giovanni Boniface from Vancouver rented a car from a rental company at Toronto Pearson International Airport earlier this month. She arrived in the city to help her daughter move to college.
And where do you plan on going on your trip? I'm going to drive around the world.
She used the car to drive between the airport downtown Toronto to Kitchener and back about 186 miles by the time she returned the car. She was set to fly to Europe when she returned the car to the airport, was lumped with added stress when she checked her credit card statement, and it said $8,000. She said she checked the statement, and she said, that's when I noticed this charge for $8,000 from Avis. And after an investigation in the receipt, she saw that she had been charged a rate of 25 cents per kilometer, which was 36,000 kilometers, about 22,000 miles. That's the equivalent of driving for 3 days straight at a speed of 310 miles per hour nonstop. In other words, you could drive from Canada to Australia and back.
Oh my gosh.
So she tried to get it worked out, and like they said they couldn't fix it at first.
You're going to have to pay, ma'am.
And eventually she got a hold of Canadian media, and then they were able to work it out for 22,000.
Listen, you're the one that drove around the world.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll see how closely you've been paying attention to the program, a lesson question. We'll also throw in the trash and music news for good measure. Stay there because we'll be back in a moment. So that's what a snookle
Right, a snookle is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have Snuba. Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
Snookle is legit as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snookle. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snookle offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like Snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snookle.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons. That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Lean back, wait for. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was sort of
One
like
chair.
a warm zone or something.
A warm
like that
zone.
They call those.
That's
So-
what I
There's
call my
not-
chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife,
Yeah.
and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these cavernous, like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical. So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
You know, get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bedbug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bed bugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. She was ready to set up shop somewhere else. to do a live
100%.
broadcast.
If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good.
The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel
Well,
around.
yeah,
Back up.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good, yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. Good dog. Yeah. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah.
Let's see here. As Godzilla versus Kong, starring Millie Bobby Brown, performed much better than expected given the circumstances of COVID and so on, and the original movie King of the Monsters' lackluster box office performance. A threequel is expected with Adam Wingard set to direct again.
So he directed the most recent one.
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the concept being floated is Son of Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong has crossed $400 million globally and is the top-grossing Hollywood-produced movie since the pandemic hit.
They're going to have to correct something now in both these, Son of Kong and Son of Godzilla. You got to have a female Godzilla. Something.
Mm-hmm.
Who's he banging?
Yeah.
Where does this? Not unless they're asexual. They reproduce that way. I mean, there's only
It's Son of Kong.
Right, but there's also Son of Godzilla.
Oh, is there Son of Godzilla?
Yes, I'm sure that's in the works as well.
So maybe he could reproduce asexually. I don't know. We don't know much about Godzilla. He's kind of a mystery, but definitely not Kong.
Well, Godzilla
Definitely
could.
not.
No, he's more. He's a simian.
He's a mammal.
Why do we assume that Kong is a man? Wouldn't
We
we
know
see-
it. He's all man.
Well, I don't know.
Wouldn't he be Queen Kong?
Yeah, he'd be Queen Kong.
Okay, fair point. But I didn't see any low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, they left that out. In fact, can you on apes, or do they? I've never.
Is there junk external?
That's a good question.
Apparently, it's pretty small. I remember. We talked one point about animal genitalia.
Yeah, but even on Kong, it would be big enough.
You're
right.
But
it'd be the size of
proportionally
a VW, you know.
Yeah,
It'd be the size of me.
Be as tall as Steve.
I want to see King Dong. I want to see it.
There actually was a movie called King Dong.
Of course, there was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a rom-com. Like he's romancing this lady, and that's about how they have the baby together.
Oh, the next Kong
the
movie?
next one, yeah.
4 weddings and a King Kong.
That could be. There could be something like that. We'll have to see. An inspiring story.
Giant ape walked into her life.
All right. So anyhow, we will see if that comes to pass or not. But
how big his junk is, and whether there's a Mrs. Kong.
Son of Kong. We'll have to see.
What a goddamn day today. Sit down. I'll make you some dinner. I'm fighting these things that are apparently prehistoric, and yet I've never seen them, and I'm on an island. You think I would want to cross? I don't even know why they evolved that way. They're like snake things with. Just give me a beer.
Yeah, just think about it tomorrow. Just,
you want to do a little grab ass?
Yeah. Khloe Kardashian.
Let's take this upstairs.
Con! What are you doing?
Just a little finger stuff.
Oh my God.
There's no little finger stuff in you.
Oh, it's bigger than my penis.
No, it's perfect.
A lot of gorillas are like that.
It's okay, baby. It happens. No, not to me. It's those dumb lizard things that I met today.
You can't stop thinking about it.
I'm just distracted.
Forget about the lizard things. Come upstairs.
Let's have some oysters.
Okay. Should I move on to Khloe Kardashian now? Okay, thank you.
Same size.
I have the floor now.
Maybe that. There you go. King Kong marries Khloe Kardashian.
Today, it was, I guess, 25 years ago today or recently within the last week or so?
I think it's today. It's a magical day, or at least a magical time. You can sort of feel it in the air.
Yeah, you even look outside.
Yeah.
The trees are swaying, I think, in honor of the fact that it is the 25th anniversary of the movie Twister.
Yeah. A legendary film.
Oh, my God.
Legendary, horrible film.
I remember looking forward to go and see. I took my mom. She was visiting in town, and I took her to go see the movie. And the main, the big hook were the effects.
That's it.
At the time, the effects were kind of groundbreaking. The CGI depicting these tornadoes.
And they were amazing for the time. They did a great job.
Yeah. It was such a stupid movie.
The whole concept.
It was just piss poor.
Yeah. The rival storm chasers.
yeah.
There's the corporate storm chasers and the more grassroots in it for the love of the storm. The whole background story on Linda Hunt's character, Helen Hunt's Joe Harding.
Not Linda.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
Yeah. So the Helen Hunt's story about her dad being sucked away.
Press secretary on later seasons of West Wing. 215-263 WMMR. If you heard earlier this morning who the press secretary on later episodes of The West Wing was, and you should call now and let us know. 215-263 WMMR. And while we wait for your call to come through, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought this morning by Sequoia Outback. If your deck or patio is in need of a refresh, you can go see our friends at Sequoia Outback on Route 309 in Hatfield. Shop their end-of-season sale going on right now. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, 45-year-old Robin Thicke and his new 21-year-old girlfriend, April Love Geary, were spotted at a trendy L.A. restaurant Friday night. Thicke says he wasn't even looking for a girlfriend then when there was Geary leaving a KinderCare.
Hey!
Ellen Burstyn explaining why it took 50 years for her to agree to appear in a sequel to The Exorcist. Preston says she finally saw what she wanted in the script, which was a check for $10 million. And finally, MTV is scrapping a season 4 of their reality show, Floribama Shore. MTV says, unfortunately, the show lost its underwriting grant from the Chubb Group. Hollywood Trash.
All right, to the phones we go. Let's see if somebody knows the answer to this. Surprisingly, who was the press secretary on later seasons of West Wing? And we will go to Gabriel, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Gabriel, good morning.
Yahoo!
Yeah. It's a little different take on you.
I changed it, yeah.
All right, Gabriel, who was the press secretary on later seasons of The West Wing?
I believe it was Jason Voorhees.
You got it. Yep, hang on, bud. We're going to set you up with a $50 Dunkin' gift card, and it's go time for our teachers, and Dunkin' is brewing up the perfect way to say thank you. On Thursday, local educators will receive a free medium hot or iced coffee at participating Dunkin' restaurants. Price and participation may vary.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
free testicles.
All right, we're going to start with the band Arcade Fire. 4 women have accused Wynn Butler of the group of sexual misconduct dating back to 2015. However, Butler denies the allegations. In a lengthy statement, Butler said in part, "I have had consensual relationships outside of my marriage. I've never touched a woman against her will, and any implication that I have is simply false. I vehemently deny any suggestion that I forced myself on a woman or demanded sexual favors. That simply and unequivocally never happened." He continued saying, "While these relationships were all consensual, I am very sorry to anyone who I have hurt with my behavior. Life is filled with tremendous pain and error, and I never want to be part of causing someone else's pain." 3 of the women were, quote, devoted Arcade Fire fans between the ages of 18 and 23 at the start of their interactions with Butler, which took place during overlapping periods from 2016 to 2020, when he was between 36 and 39 years old. A 4th person, who is gender fluid and uses they and them pronouns, claims that Butler sexually assaulted them twice in 2015 when they were 21 and he was 34. So don't know where this is going to go, but that has hit. As I mentioned earlier, Ozzy Osbourne doesn't want to die in the United States. The 73-year-old told The Observer that mass shootings are part of the reason that he and his wife, Sharon, will be spending most of their time in the UK from now on. The former Black Sabbath frontman said, "I'm fed up with people getting killed every day. God knows how many people have been shot in school shootings, and there was that mass shooting in Vegas at that concert. It's effing crazy." He said, "I don't want to die in America. I don't want to be buried in effing Forest Lawn. I'm English. I want to be back. But saying that, if my wife said that we've got to go live in Timbuktu, I'll go. But no, it's just time for me to come home," he says. However, it doesn't look like Sharon will be bringing him stateside anytime soon. The former co-host of the talk said, "America has changed so drastically. It isn't the United States of America at all. Nothing's united about it. It's a very weird place to live."
Just tell him it's England. He'll believe it.
To live right now. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, we are. When does that happen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Top of the morning to you.
Pretty Reckless will release their latest project. It's called Other Worlds, and it's coming out November 4th. Loudwire reports that the album will feature covers as well as acoustic versions and remixes of some of their Death by Rock and Roll tracks. The band released the remixed version of Got So High on Friday, writing on Instagram, "Here is a different take on our music and a stripped-back version of us that we're excited to share with you." So some covers and some different versions of songs are coming out.
Are they in England?
They are not. Well, they might be. I don't know where they are right now.
I'm confused.
Yeah, good question. Thanks, Oz. Frank Iero of My Chemical Romance has teamed up with a few other artists to form a new group called LS Dunes. Other band members include Travis Seaver of Coheed and Cambria.
Very cool.
We know him. Anthony Green from Circa Survive, and 2 members from Thursday, Tim Payne and Tucker Rule. Through a press release, Rule said, "We wanted to do something where you can hear all of our bands in it and yet not have it sound like any other like anyone in particular."
I would have gone with Dune Puma as the name of the band, but that's just us. We created that here.
The new single, Permanent Rebellion, is out now, and the album will be released on November 11th. LS Dunes have announced a short run of North American tour dates, kicking off at Riot Fest in Chicago on September 16th and wrapping up in Baltimore on November 30th. And My Chemical Romance is currently touring North America.
They're in town tonight.
As well. Are they in town tonight?
Yeah, they're in Philly.
I did
They're
not know that.
Yeah.
That's incredible news.
They're playing the Wells Fargo Center tonight, yeah.
Awesome. And then 2 more quick things. Set for release on November 18th is Kiss, Creatures of the Night.
Very scary.
40th Anniversary Super Deluxe Edition. The 103-track collection features 75 previously unreleased.
There are chickens that come out in the day, but then there are chickens that come out in the night, and they are very scary.
Creatures of the Night.
Chickens of the
chickens
night.
of the night.
Behold, the chickens of the night. What clucking they make.
The set features newly remastered original album with 2 discs featuring 34 demos, rarities, and outtakes, including released gems like Deadly Weapon, the Penny Lane demo, and Not for the Innocent demo, and Betrayed outtake. Creatures of the Night, or Chickens of the Night, It was released on October 13th, 1982. Although Ace Frehley is pictured on the album's cover and is listed in the credits, he did not play on the album and had been replaced by Vinnie Vincent at that time. The album, a longtime fan favorite for its return to form, songwriting, and hardness, peaked at number 45 in the Billboard 200. And Chickens of the Night was the band's final release for Casablanca. I'm just going with that.
Chickens of the Night.
Yeah.
And the heat of the chickens of the night.
The last to be.
Can dance until the. What is the song?
Morning light.
Right.
Forget about the worries on your mind.
You can leave your chickens behind.
Is that Rhythm of the Night?
Yeah.
The rhythm of the night.
You can dance until the night.
Yeah.
Feel the chicken in the heat of the rhythm of the night.
Stop with the chicken.
Chicken and meat. And it was their last to be released while still wearing makeup until 1998's Psycho Circus. Sick. Psycho Circus.
Totally into chickens.
All right. And then finally, there's a new rock breakdown on MMR's Instagram. Yes.
Always good.
The amazing Sarah Parker covers. Can Metallica go pop punk? Is Hannah Montana actually Taylor Momsen? Will we be able to stream the Taylor Hawkins tribute concert live next month? So these questions and more are answered on Rock Breakdown. If you follow us on Instagram at 933WMMR, you will be the first to see the new episodes and to get breaking rock news on WMMR.com. So that is now available for you to see. Her and that's a Nick Murphy production.
That's right.
Along with Sarah Parker. So, all right, and that's music news. Let's wrap this segment up. Take a break. Come back in a second. Letter of the Day Word of the Week prize. And then we turn it over to Pierre. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The storms, but it's horrible. But again, at that time, the effects-wise, you'd never seen anything like that.
No, effects-wise. So here's my vivid memory of this movie. Because if it was 25 years ago today, I was just getting done my junior year of college. I was a lifeguard, and I was at my boss, the guy who owned the company. I was at his house getting all the supplies ready to clean out pools. We did apartment pools. And he talked like this, like his voice was like this, right? And so it's me and my little brother, and we're power washing all this stuff in his driveway. And he goes, I saw Twister last night, and those tornadoes were real. And he said that. Those tornadoes were real. He must have said that like a half a dozen times. My little brother, it was me and him, my younger brother, sorry. It was me and him. And so we will, I mean, even 25 years later, if the word tornado comes up in conversation, he and I will say, those tornadoes were real.
What was that guy's name?
I don't want to say his name.
What's his first name?
What was his first name? Last name?
You just know his last name?
Joe.
Okay.
Let's go with Joe.
Hey, Joe, how were those tornadoes?
Those tornadoes were real.
I love that story so much.
Was he suggesting that they had incorporated? What was his point? Was that they were not created for the movie, that they were corralling tornadoes and using them in the film?
I think what he meant to say was those tornadoes looked real.
Okay.
But he said that they were real, and he had like a real affinity towards just weather. He loved weather.
He was a weather guy.
Yeah, he loved weather.
It was like Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie.
Well, I mean, listen, he owned a pool supply and lifeguarding company, so weather was definitely.
What I really love is weather.
Yeah. Weather's important to that line of work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Those tornadoes are real.
Oh, my God.
I wonder if my brother's
great.
picture.
It's almost kind of Don Nazi.
Yeah.
Wait, I just said Don Nazi.
Very different.
Don Nazi.
Citizens of Mayberry, I find nice and gloomy.
Oh my God, I didn't even mean to do that. Wow. Okay.
In here, I have something for him to do. We got to talk about this Jewish thing.
All right. But you guys would be surprised how many people are texting in on how this is their favorite movie. Or that it's their.
I don't even get why we're
best
talking
movie.
about it.
It's the 25th anniversary.
We're talking about it
tornadoes were real.
Who cares?
I mean, come on, Cap.
It was
real.
By the way, when Casey says that, he puts his hands by his sides.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like he pushes them into his sticks his elbows out and goes, "It was real.
Those tornadoes were real."
Primal Fear. Ed Norton has them as a very diabolical character, right? I remember he's completely psychopathic.
A good twist.
It's a twist. Yeah.
It's a twister.
It was real.
Tornadoes were real, dude. I can't believe we just met this guy.
I
just
can't
now.
believe I never took.
You've never brought it
I
up.
love that.
Dude, that guy, man. He lived in this beautiful, huge home. I'm like, how the hell, like looking back on it, I'm like, how the hell did you just own a pool company? You know what I mean? Anyway.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, well, good on him.
My family money is real.
I want to get movie reviews from that guy.
Yes.
Other movies
from Joe.
Yeah.
I love it. After grieving her husband Prince Philip's death, Queen Elizabeth is back to her royal duties. On Tuesday, she made her first official appearance following Philip's funeral. And she was seen... Oh, grinning. I thought it said grinding.
I thought it said gurning.
She's gurning.
Now, what's this? I'm sucking my chin into my mouth.
Wait, do we have the bell? It's the gurning.
Her Royal Majesty will now suck her chin into her mouth as part of the royal gurning. Her Royal Majesty will contort her face by sucking her chin up into her mouth.
If you're not familiar with gurning, it's when people take their false teeth out and suck their lips into their mouth.
If you know what bitter beer face is.
Yeah, that's gurning. So she was seen gurning during two virtual audiences with Windsor Castle. So yeah,
Prince Charles will gurn simply by standing there.
No, it was grinning is the word I read incorrectly. So.
By the way, this very bell came from England.
No.
Really?
Yes, it did. I ordered it on Amazon, and it came, and there was the parcel information said from England. So maybe it's the one the Queen uses.
It might be.
Where's my goddamn bell?
the gurning.
I sold it on Amazon.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York, Conby in Los Angeles, Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Dogs.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Voted number one in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
We're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine and see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going west. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you're going out, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dog.
Right. That's. Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone!
Event of the year, and we love it.
You hear stuff you hardly ever get to hear. It's awesome.
Yep, and it's fun to play quirky and different songs that pop up on the playlist, and longer tracks.
Yep.
and it's just it's a cool dive into the vault. It's not absolutely all of every single track on every album, but it's all music that's been played on here on MMR one time or another.
The voluminous library.
Oh, yeah. So it's the vault, and we open it up, and we have some fun with it. So looking forward to that getting started on Thursday. Thank you to our guest, G. Love. Was on the program. Great to talk to him. Even played a little tune for us. He's performing at Laguna in Brigantine tonight, and you can go to lagunagrillandrumbar.com to get tickets. So make sure you get those and go. You've earned it. And thank you to Bert Kreischer. Bert called us from Hawaii. It was on Oahu at 3 a.m. I can't believe we got him on, but he's headed to AC on Saturday and Sunday. He's got shows at the Hard Rock. So he was very, very tired, but he perked up after we started talking to him for a little while.
He was more cogent than I would have assumed.
That's awesome. So nice to have him on this morning. And nice to see Pierre Robert.
Hey, my children.
Monday. How you doing, man?
Fine. I was going to stop and visit you around midnight on Saturday night. I was in Cape May, went down to see the Hooters, and then I was driving back up, and I said, I'll just stop and visit with Casey and Preston. I'll go knock on their doors. Maybe it was 1 a.m., I don't know. Maybe later.
Yeah.
And just like have a, brewski and just chat about life and, stuff.
What changed your mind?
I knew the police would be called.
And
running with the authorities.
One more arrest, and you're
you're
facing some serious stuff.
I'm on
3
probation
strikes
as it is.
I gotcha.
Next time, just sit outside his house with the beer and wait for him to wake up, because
that's a good idea.
Nobody will be alarmed.
Because he would be my wake-up call.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good thinking.
Nice.
How were the Hooters?
Amazing.
Yeah, of course.
Just amazing. They just, I mean, you guys had them on last week, but I mean, they're so modest. They didn't talk about this phenomenal tour they just got off of in Europe, and crowds just go insane for them over there. And the place was sold out even in Cape May, and it was in Quakertown. They played Friday night, and then they closed out. They're going back to Europe today, in fact, for some more dates, and then they end the season in November, the first weekend at the Keswick Theater for 2 nights.
Dave was sick and sent me, he emailed me and sent me a video of the drum solo that he's constructed for these shows, and he's added some really cool little samples of like the Rocky theme and stuff like that in there, so it was a lot of fun.
Well, in Saturday's show, he
did a Shore thing, right?
Yeah, he hit the sample thing, and it was on the way to Cape May.
Yeah.
It was perfect. So he tries to incorporate something that relates to whatever town they're in.
Yeah.
So in Germany, they were doing German things. In Holland, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that continues.
Love it. Excellent.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, we got a new prize. You got a new letter?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
A, as in A to Z, starts on Thursday night.
Excited for it. And we have a trip to give away for the Word of the Week prize. A trip for two to see Bush, Alice in Chains, and Breaking Benjamin in West Palm Beach, Florida. Wow. Saturday, October 1st. That includes round-trip airfare and 2 nights hotel. So just gather the letters. We're off on Friday, so Thursday, I assume, is when we'll give that away, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
That's what I've always assumed. So we will do that then. So a 4-letter word, sir, and you know a few of those.
Roger.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
What's up on your show today, my man?
It's 5 letters.
That's 5.
Is it?
Yeah, it's okay.
R-O-G-R.
Right. I didn't think of the Pierre spelling of.
Come on, wake up. All right.
I'm sorry.
Smell the karma. We will celebrate the birthday this past weekend of Alex Lifeson. That means a block of Rush.
Ooh.
And we got SRV, Stevie Ray Vaughan, and we
another one of my favorites.
Yeah, and Rod Stewart. So it's going to be a fun hour and a half of music in the noontime hour.
You cannot go wrong.
You can't.
No.
You can't. You just can't.
Let me thank our sponsors. Brought to you today, the Preston and Steve Show, brought to you by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, Acme, the official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show, and by Sunoco. With the new Sunoco Go Rewards app, when you fuel, you save. Download the app to start saving. Tomorrow on this very radio program, how about this? Comedian Stephen Wright.
I love Stephen Wright.
Will be on the show. He's awesome. And we'll do a Tattoos Day, and we'll get into some other good stuff. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. And we will see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.